We will begin shortly in about 2 minutes.
Bienvenidos a la Pontificia Universidad Javeriana. Usted se encuentra en el Salón Múltiple Félix Restrepo,
Welcome,
ubicado en
ladies
el
and
edificio
gentlemen.
Félix
This morning,
Restrepo.
you are in the Félix Restrepo building this morning.
Usted cuenta con personal entrenado como brigadistas
You have
debidamente
trained
identificados,
volunteers
quienes lo
on
orientarán,
emergency control who will
ayudarán y
guide and help
guiarán
you in
en
case
caso
of
de
an
emergencia.
emergency.
Le recomendamos tener en cuenta las
We
siguientes
recommend to
indicaciones.
consider the following
Identifique las salidas de
instructions. Be
emergencia.
familiar with the emergency
Ante
exits.
una emergencia, siga
In
las
an
instrucciones del
emergency,
brigadista.
follow the
Al recibir la orden de
instructions
evacuación o escuchar la
to
alarma,
receive the evacuation
siga
order.
las
When you hear the
siguientes
alarm,
instrucciones.
please follow
Conserve
the
la
following
calma.
instructions. Keep
Salga
calm,
caminando rápidamente y conservando su derecha.
walk quickly, preserve
Salga
your
en
right.
orden y en silencio, llevando a las personas que estén a su cargo.
Exit quietly and
No
in order,
regrese
taking
ni
the people
permita
that
que otros
you are
lo
in charge
hagan.
of. Do not enter the building and
Si
do
hay
not let
humo,
anyone
avance
else do so.
gateando.
Crawl low in case you notice smoke.
No se detenga en las salidas de emergencia.
Don't stop in the emergency exit
Aléjese del
doors.
riesgo y evite la
Be
curiosidad.
far from risk and avoid curiosity.
Siga la siguiente ruta de evacuación hasta llegar
Follow
al punto
the
de encuentro
evacuation route
y
until you
permanezca
reach the
allí
meeting
hasta
point and
recibir
stay
nuevas
there
instrucciones.
waiting for new instructions.
Recuerde que somos un campus abierto
Remember
y
that we
personas
are an open
inescrupulosas
campus
se
and
camuflan en los
unscrupulous people
eventos.
are camouflaged
No
in
pierda
the
de
events.
vista sus equipos
Keep your
electrónicos.
eyes on electronic
Cuide sus
devices.
objetos personales.
Take care of your personal belongings.
Gracias por su atención.
Thanks a lot for your attention. Red Papas would like to let you know that your data and images can be used for promotion and institutional communication purposes. This data will be used to have the photo evidence of the attendees to this event to disseminate them through institutional means or external means. Preserve a registry of the attendees to this event. Send an email to Red Papas with a report on this forum and other announcements that contain information on events and activities for Red Papas. The personal information treatment policy can be seen in www.redpapas.org. At the entrance, you can claim your interpretation devices with your IDs. You should then claim your document at the end of the day, returning the equipment. We welcome you to this forum. What can we eat today? What are the social, environmental, and economic consequences? An event that seeks to strengthen and establish a conversation with experts on the impact of edible and drinkable ultra-processed products and their impact from the perspective of commercial determinants for health. This is an event organized by the Faculty of Medicine of the School of Medicine of Javeriana University and the Corporation of Red Papas, who are committed to the health of Colombians and well-being of children and teenagers. This event is possible thanks to the support of Global Health Advocacy Incubator. The forum is divided in 3 large fragments. The first one, Dr. Luis Fernando Gomez, professor of Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, will summarize the scientific evidence available on the condition of malnutrition and the policies that foster healthy food. In the second fragment, we'll have a conference by Dr. Josefa Garcillo from the University of Sao Paulo, who will talk to us about the watermark and the carbon footprint of edible and drinkable ultra-processed products. This will allow for us to have national and international experts on environmental, social, and economic impact of these products. Dr. Nicholas Freudenberg, distinguished professor of the New York University, will talk about the commercial determinants of health model and how it can help us in the impact of public policies in food. This will allow for us to have a conversation with national and international experts around the strategies of the industry to foster edible products and drinkable products that are damaging for our health and the environment. In between both blocks, we will have 20 minutes for a break. Throughout the event, we will be conveying your questions to the panel members and presenters. For those of us who are with you, you will have a QR code within the booklets that you received at the time of registry that will take you to a WhatsApp line where you can ask all of your questions. For those of you who are with us virtually, you can carry out your questions via YouTube or Facebook. You can put your mobile phones in silence and share our event in the social networks, labeling at Red Papas and redpapas.org and medicina_PUJ on Facebook. So we will begin with the forum. What can we eat today? What are the social, environmental, and economic consequences? For this, we invite Dr. Carlos Gomez, Dean of the School of Medicine from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, and Carolina Piñera Suspina, Executive Director of Red Papas, who will share a few words. Thank you very much for being here, Carolina. We have been working in many of our youth matters, children from Colombia, and I will thank Luis Fernando Gomez, who has been in the Faculty of Medicine, the person who has best fostered all of this in terms of these topics. There's many important things, and I will talk from the psychiatry perspective from the National Mental Health Institute and everything that is combined with this that they are doing, that you are doing. Social perspectives include psychosocial matters. Social matters are more broad. It includes something that I've always thought we have to see, and it's that the way in which an individual decides to eat something or not does not only depend on what goes from out to in, and what we're seeing here in the logo that the forum has, but also it depends on the opposite way, which we will have to work with, not only because not everything depends what people are exposed to on the outside, but what can we do from the inside? Because in spite of all of the work that we've done, we've always seen that difficulties are going to continue. It will be impossible to stop everything. It will be a very interesting dialectic where clearly throughout all of these events that we have done through public policy has sent people becoming more ill given this type of food, but also we can see that people can learn to process this differently. And I think schools will have to be a lot to do throughout the behavior of our youth in a way in which we can face what happens throughout the environment. So I think this part is something that, in spite of us doing something, we've been doing it in a very shy way, seeing how from the school, from the classrooms, this will have to do a lot equally to all the families and how we can educate everyone. They're telling me that I have 5 minutes and I'm nervous now. So, very well. Now, I just want to congratulate Carolina, Luis Fernando, and the guests, foreign guests that will teach us so many things, and all the people who are connected. I understand there's over 200 people connected listening to us. We will talk about whatever we have to criticize, that we improve altogether, that we have a model and it build the nation as well. I think that's very important. Welcome to Javeriana University, your university. Thank you very much, Carolina. Thank you very much, everyone who is with us today and those who have been with us today in this path with Dr. Carlos Gomez. We have known each other for many years when Red Papas was beginning. We had a few battles. We were concerned, and it will be a program. There was a major concern that would impact mental health, and we had a joint action. We will understand the significance of the organizations such as ours, parents, schools, hand in hand with the academy. The doctor had 26 signatures of psychiatrists that were very concerned with the damage that could happen through people. And this, we've been made it since a long time ago, actually. It's been a long time. And this morning, thinking about this, I thought this has been a path. Talking about food with Red Papas was something that we have started to work with Red Papas in 2012. That's where we had the first concerns. And we wanted to see what they were selling in the schools themselves, in the shops there. And families started to be concerned for their children to have a special condition. And it was very difficult for them to go to school and consume these products that they sold in the stores, seeing what was offered as a snack. And that's where all of this path began, where it's very important to acknowledge that they've built this throughout the academy. And I would like to highlight this salutation to Dr. Mercedes Mora and the area of nutrition from the university, because you've been key also in showing this to us. And I think that with Dr. Luis Fernando, we said this morning, these conversations will evolve. Out of the first conversations of 10 years ago, the first concerns that we started to receive in Red Papas, we started to understand that we are starting today to ask ourselves not only about the consequences that we have for our health, but what you have for the environment, for the country's economy, at a very important time such as this one, where we are coming out of the pandemic. We are learning tremendously of many things, somehow painful as we learn this, but we also learned many things. So we have to continue this logo of the event was unthinkable a few years ago when we started to talk about maybe cereals for our breakfast was not nutritionist. It was nutritional, sorry, and the world was all against this. There was a study by university in 2017 where they showed that 97%, if I'm not mistaken, of cereals in boxes for breakfast had an excess of sugar. And for families, that was crazy. What do you mean there's an excess in sugar if children are leaving every morning with that as a breakfast from home? So you can think that we can start to talk about malnutrition and overweight issues. These products were in our breakfast in the um, the lunch boxes, in the snacks of children. We are taking very significant steps, but this path has to continue. So I think that the invitation we have today is, let's take a few more steps. Let's start to understand what other implications does that way of which we eat, what other impact can that have? Let's start to change that for a much more conscientious way. And Dr. Luis Fernando, an important, significant contribution of the university is that very important perspective from public health, where although the implication of each individual is very important, of each school, it will be very important to have the policies that we've been working on with labeling. We have the junk food law. We don't have it regulated yet. We should be able to do this. There is a commitment from the elected president in that sense. We expect to have it. And restricting the publicity of unhealthy products directed to children. The tax for sweetened beverages, which will be very important to help these families and communities to move towards this type of more healthy food. And the fourth, which is very important, in school environments that are healthy. We will move forward with all of these policies, and with the university, we'll continue to build. And today's closing will be very important to continue moving forward in this conversation of many years, in which we hope to not need that many more to actually see a change in the severe negative trend that Colombia has in terms of public health around this food situation. Thank you very much, Doctor. I thank you very much as well, and congratulations. With the battle you are leading as a woman, as a leader in Red Papas, Luis Fernando as well, for all the study that has been led throughout over 6-7 years. Since I know him, he's been labeling and looking into this and teaching about this topic. I would like to congratulate you. I think this is a huge achievement, and I think it contributes tremendously to public health and to households. So be it. Thank you very much. Thank you both for your words. Go back, please, to your seats to continue with our agenda. We would like to invite you to use hashtag what can we eat today in Spanish, ¿qué podemos comer hoy? So that you can share our event in your social networks. Hopefully this session will allow for us to extend the discussion on food habits, eating habits, on food safety, environment, and other matters. We continue with today's agenda with the opening speech. What do we know and what is the pending agenda on food and eating habits? We invite Dr. Luis Fernando Gomez. Luis Fernando Gomez is a physician and surgeon from Caldas University and has a master's degree in public health from Valle University. Currently, he works as a professor of the Department of Preventive Medicine and Social Matters of Javeriana University in the School of Medicine. He has a research line connected to urban matters and health, where he has studies to establish the connection between environments in urban areas and physical matters, being sedentary and quality of life. He's also looked into structural factors connected to nutritional transition matters in Latin America. Dr. Luis Fernando, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Susana. Thank you very much. And I'd like to share with you in the next few minutes several thoughts around these goals. First of all, to show a very simple horizon on the child population in Colombia and describe a new approach of addressing malnutrition, the different forms of malnutrition. After this, I will present a synthesis of experiences we have and political action directed towards reducing the consumption of edibles with an excess of critical nutrients. I'm going to focus specifically in the Chilean experience, which is maybe the most popular throughout the world. And then after that, I will think about the Chilean achievements, but also the need for transcending in the approach and reformulation, focusing on the need of fostering eating habits based on unprocessed and minimally processed foods. And as Carolina mentioned a few minutes ago, it is of the essence for us to transcend in the act of consumption and think about how agricultural and food systems are structured throughout the planet. With the current situation in Ukraine, we see that agricultural and food systems are currently generating a food crisis, which is profound, mainly in African countries. And the connections we have between food and the need for transcending not only impacts health, but also social, economic, and environmental matters. Very well. Then there are a few figures here that we consider relevant. First of all, this is information from the National Condition of Nutritional Matters in 2015. And the prevalence of a delay in sizes for those under 5 years of age was 10.8%, with an advance and a trend similar to this decrease in a delay in size. But if we disaggregate by region or ethnic groups, we have inequalities in health. A specific example, in 2015, we had a prevalence of a delay for indigenous communities in those under 29%. And in other departments, in departments where there is a higher proportion of social population, which is vulnerable. Now, in terms of prevalence and excess of weight in population of 5 to 12 years of age, for that year, it was 24.4%. To put this in context, it was the prevalence that Mexico had in that same age group at the end of the last century. We're talking about 1998, 1999, and we know that Mexico has one of the levels of prevalence that is highest of overweight and obesity in child population. And I selected only one indicator, a prevalence of anemia with an iron deficiency in a population of 5 to 12 years of 17.7%, which is very high. In 2019, a bit before the pandemic, Professor Corina Hawkes from London University and other colleagues published an essay in the Lancet's magazine looking into how we were understanding malnutrition. And I will now explain this very briefly as the key points of that essay. We acknowledge several forms of malnutrition. We have focused mainly in acute malnutrition, chronic malnutrition in those under 5 years of age, excess weight, deficit of micronutrients, whether it be vitamins or other micronutrients. And this, which gives Karina Hawkes gives a lot of significance, and we have not made it visible. And these are patterns of and eating habits. And I'll explain this a little bit more in detail. First of all, the forms of malnutrition are are in the same subject or family. The triple disease load is expressed in a family. There's many studies in Latin America on this in the socially most vulnerable populations where we see prevalences and those that are delayed in size for those under 5 years of age and a low size and abdominal obesity, high prevalence of obesity in mothers. So, this is a way in which we can understand this burden. So, there are many forms of malnutrition. Here, in fact, looking into this picture, we could actually confirm that there is a very high prevalence and deficit of micronutrients, for example, with iron.
And we have to highlight this type of malnutrition, which we have probably made it invisible. The young girl in the picture, we will assume that she has a body composition that is normal, no excess weight, she's not too thin, no micronutrients deficiency, but she does have this is a habit pattern that she has of consuming packaged food, most of them with an excess of sodium, not necessarily salt, but also many other molecules used by the industry that we have learned with Mercedes that are more than 10 or 12 molecules that have sodium in them. And there are some other studies indicating that an important proportion of adolescent population have blood pressure numbers that are above the percentile of 90. We cannot say officially that they are hypertense, but they do have a risk, a very important risk of being hypertense when they grow adult or in their adulthood. And we have to remember that these pressures, high pressures, diastolic and systolic pressures, are a pattern of risk linked to mortality and disease burden in the world and also in Colombia. So now I'm going to explain what is Chile's experience. In 2012, in Chile, the parliament approved a legislation which included measures in the labeling and measures also to regulate the promotion and the publicity through marketing of food that had critical nutrients and also specific actions in food environments in the schools. This was in 2012 that this was approved, and this started to operate in 2016. So probably many of us already know the octagons from Chile, these figures with critical nutrients in them. They're basically 3 plus the density indicator for energy. In order to clarify these figures are just for food that are processed or ultra processed, not for non-processed food. For example, an orange or all these cereals and vegetables will not be labeled. Of course, we have to explain this because sometimes people are confused about this matter. And linked to these figures, to these octagons, we also have the regulation of publicity. This is a picture that was taken from an article led by Professor Parker Parkman from the University of Carolina, North Carolina. This was published, and here this shows very clearly another brand, because maybe for all the processed or ultra processed food, this is the first phase of the law. We don't see any difference. We always see is just a pet that we see here. And in the difference in the psychology of the consumer, it has a powerful energy if you consume this in populations under 18 years of age. And on the other side, we see in a more advanced phase of this law, it had the multi-party support. We see the octagons on the box of some critical nutrients, and the pet has disappeared. So this regulation also applies for any media, for any, you know pretty well that on TV, on radio, and on the advertisements on the roads, etc. The other interesting aspect of the Chilean experience is that they have integrated this labeling, and as we already mentioned before, with the publicity regulations, but also with school food environments. Whatever has an octagon cannot be offered in educational centers. This is basically the Chilean regulation, and this is very interesting because from these two legislative measures, you start building in a comprehensive public policy in order to reduce the consumption of food with excess of chemical nutrients. And we have evidence when we do the impact evaluation in Chile. This is a study that was published in 2019 in American Journal of Public Health, and it selects randomly some educational entities in Santiago de Chile with measurements in 2014 and 2019, and the proportion of products that were being offered in the school kiosks and in the restaurants with excess of certain critical nutrients in 2014, and what has been the effect in 2016 at the very beginning of the implementation of this law. And here we see a significant impact, a significant reduction of food with excess sodium, saturated fat. This dark column is 2014 and the lighter one is 2016. For saturated fat acids, for additional sugar, for caloric density, the reduction was enormous. So you can see here with any other critical nutrient, we also see a reduction that is statistically significant and relevant also. However, and here I'm moving ahead a little bit for the final moment of my presentation, the offer of fruit and vegetables from my point of view had an increase that was very discrete. So with this, what I'm trying to say or indicate is that the reformulation in Chile has been very important. It has really been very important. The industry has changed added sugar for other sweeteners that are not caloric. For example, violas, and probably in the context of Latin America also, this is where you have been able to see more the reformulation processes. There is a concern also because of an excessive content of STVOls, especially in under 12-year-old population, and a reduction of the consumption of this food. So there's some important progress that has been made, but we do believe that we have to supplement this approach. This is a study that we published in 2019, where we found, this was led by Professor Mercedes Mora, where 80.2% of 5,500 products, 5,585 products that were being offered in supermarkets in Bogota had excess of any critical nutrient. So here we see the percentages for free sugars and for other indicators that is quite high for some products, even trans fats. On the other hand, in 2020, we carried out a controlled assay, randomized assay, led by the University of North Carolina to evaluate different warning labeling with different designs. Here we have the oxygens, the circle, the triangle. And in this study, we found that the effectiveness in terms of disestimulating the consumption of these products with critical nutrients was greater with the octagon as a warning. So that is the best evidence available that we have in Colombia right now. We have a law that was approved last year. It's been already 12 months since it was approved, but we don't have any warning signs according to what the law 2020 dictates. This is a study also that we carried out about 2-3 years ago, where we found Professor Alcides Velasquez from the University of Kansas. We found in this study a high proportion of TV exposure to this type of food that has excess of critical nutrients in the children population in Colombia. What is important about this study is that it was based on the rates of the ratings, the audience. It was not what appeared in publicity, but what boys, girls, and adolescents were exposed to in Colombia. A very high exposure in children population of all the different social economic strata. On the other side, Professor Barry Hawkins, other academics from the University of Los Andes also found a high elasticity of sugary drinks. What does this mean? Before an increase of the price, under a scenario of an increase of the price for these drinks, the reduction on the demand of these sugary beverages or drinks would be important, and the density is quite high. So this justifies a tax on these kind of drinks now that we are in the context of a new taxation reform. This is a study, a very interesting study carried out by the Red Papás organization, where we were trying to find out the perceptions of the level of agreement with regards to certain policies that were similar to those that we just saw. And here it calls our attention the high percentage of approval, 88.9%, would be in agreement with the implementation of a warning seal or sign. What is important that 84.3, even with a point of warning that have non-caloric sweeteners. And here we see something also very interesting, very similar to other opinion survey in consumers in 2016 where the percentage was very similar. The approval level was very important. So this is essential in public health. We cannot be pro-descriptive. We have to first ask the citizens. We have to achieve a broad social agreement in order for the actions, the political actions that we are proposing will have an appropriate social legitimacy. And very quickly now, I'm going to talk about the need to transcend to measures only thinking on preventing obesity. We have to state, as proposed by the Professor Corina Hoax, that any action in public health and nutrition area will be pointing to prevent all the forms of malnutrition. If we promote healthy food, we are aiming at a reduction of the delay or the prevalence for size, micronutrients, overweight or obesity, and what I was mentioning about the high consume of sodium. And this study is very important because it is considered, it was published in 2019 by someone that is an expert in the energy balance, or indicating that ultra-processed diets beyond the excess of critical nutrients are obesiphilic. So this is something that is very important. We also have to, and I will explain this through this picture, I will explain to you. Here we have a corn with all the food nutrition and the arepa that we like so much in my region. We used to call it arepa with a frecha because it was an integral food. We start getting concerned about this because the level of fiber is less or very low or null. And now we have these cornflakes, and these cornflakes, maybe they don't have an excess of sodium or excess of added sugar or excess of fat, saturated fat, but there is a destruction of the food matrix. From that article, which is very interesting, it indicates that these products where the food matrix has been destroyed, they are also obesiphilic. So in this regards, we have to learn from the experience of Brazil. In Brazil, in 2009, they approved a federal law which basically dictates 30% of the food used, at least 30% of the food used in school restaurants must come from agriculture, from the local farmers' agriculture. And this is related to what we are going to learn from Professor Josefa Garcilo, that this has an impact beyond health, because it's a way to reactivate the farmers' economy that was so hardly struck by the pandemic. We have this experience during mayor's government, and we tried to carry out this kind of approach, and it was very interesting. And when you talk with the owners of stores, they say fruit is a great business. Fruit gives you profit, and we need the support of the state so that fruit production is appropriate. And we also need economic measures also, as we think of a tax for sugary drinks, we need some other support for the production of fruit. And in order to close now my talk, we would like to conclude that we have to think about political actions that point to all the different ways of malnutrition. We have to articulate actions in order to reduce the consumption of ultra-processed food. But it is essential, with the experience of Brazil, political actions to promote true food, the consumption of this true food. This requires the transformation of the agricultural and food systems. And we also have to think about the environmental impact. in the context of climate change, global climate change, and the impact that food systems have in these different effects and other indicators that are used by experts in environmental sciences. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Luis Fernando, for this presentation. The role of the Academy is fundamental for the processes of incidence of public policies in food. We still have a lot of challenges so that this evidence will be used for decision making. As Professor Luis Fernando showed us, we need to expand the perspective of food in order to approach other moments of food process. An example of this is to approach the environmental impacts of what we eat today. With this, we welcome Dr. Josefa Carcillo, who will be with us virtually with her presentation called The Water and Carbon Footprint of Eatable and Drinkable Products, Ultra Processed. She is a doctor of the University of Sao Paulo, and she's a researcher and consultant, independent researcher and consultant in sustainable food systems and non-sustainable that can influence food elections. Her research focus on understanding the relations between the diet, human health, and planet sustainability, and also to how to evaluate official guidelines about food in different countries. In recent publications, Josefa estimated the environmental impact of this kind of food in the population of Brazil in terms of the ecological footprint. This presentation will last 20 minutes, and after that, we're going to have a 10-minute space for questions from the audience. So please send us your questions through the chat or through our WhatsApp, scanning the QR code in your books. Dr. Josefa, it's a pleasure to have your participation. You have the floor now. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for the invitation to participate in this forum. What can we eat today? And I also thank Mrs. Sharon Sanchez and Alejandro because they invited me, and Dr. Luis Fernando Gomez also for the invitation. And now I'm going to make a presentation that is less effective, and we have so that we have time for questions. I'm going to share with you my screen. I'm going to talk about environmental metrics of food consumption, the water and carbon footprint of eatable and drinkable ultra-processed products. I think that it is important to see the environmental impact, potential environmental impact of food. The production of food is responsible for 80% of the conversion of the use of the ground in the loss of biodiversity, 80% of the consumption of water resources and contamination of underground water, and 20 to 30% of the greenhouse effect gas emissions. This is why we use metrics in order to orient ourselves as indicators that will help measure and characterize and interpret the causes of environmental effects of human activities, looking for direct applications and indications of mitigation of environmental impact. These are the environmental footprints, the indicators that are tools that measure the potential environmental impact of the different processes when they detect critical points where we can reduce the use of resources or introduce technologies that will reduce or eliminate the emission of contaminants. This is an indicator of the amount of water that is used in the entire process, from production to consumption of this food, the carbon footprint is an indicator that facilitates greenhouse gas emissions. These indicators are objective parameters that help selecting the food or the different or friendly practices with the environment. In the context of food, we can have the selection of the food. We must mention that the mitigation of environmental impacts has more effective results when there are combined actions of production and consumption of food. Why do we concentrate in these studies on environmental impacts in ultra-processed products? So this impact is important in the context of the transition of the patterns for food consumption characterized in the consumption of traditional patterns, especially in this food that is highly processed versus vegetable food versus ultra-processed food and products that come from animals. So this explains that with regards to natural resources, this is essentially in order to assure food in the future and also to avoid unnecessary environmental footprint. There aren't many studies about the environmental impacts of this ultra-processed food in diets, but there are some data in different contexts all over the world. Home cooking has been replaced by those is replacing those food that is pre-processed. So these products cause cardiovascular problems and other comorbidities. The evaluation of the cycle of life of the product is one of the methodologies that we use in order to generate environmental indicators in the event. So you have to count the entries, for example, water, use of ground and energy, and what comes out, the generation of waste and contaminants and greenhouse gases. We're not seeing your presentation. We don't know where you're at. Could you put it in presentation format, please? It's there. But we're not seeing it on the screen. Could you move my slides? I mean, could you show those slides, because it has to just, I don't know, it has to do with my system. Okay, we will be moving on in the presentation. So we are now, I'm going to try to share with you, but okay. Okay, so I'll continue. The standard that defines the requirements for the evaluation of the life cycle is ISO 14040, calculating the environmental aspects and the potential impacts in the process for the use of these resources until we get to the production of raw material, packaging, and recycling or disposal of this. Now, the next slide, please. A sustainable diet does not have ultra-processed food, allowing that these preparations will be eliminated, or allow that these preparations for the diet is not a bad idea. Ultra-processed food have started to or start to participate in the diet very early during childhood for breakfast. Healthy food, sustainable, allows us to protect breakfast. Here we see two different types of food for the breakfast. Arepas made of corn and a cereal. So this is important in the search of a sustainable diet because these are two different food for breakfast based on cereals, but different ways of processing. Sustainable food selection must have the biodiversity, the environmental impact, but especially the impact in the nutritional appropriation and the health of people. So we have learned that this from early years, although the consumption of cereal in the breakfast is in the obligation of everyone to defend a healthy food, especially for these habits that the population has had for many years, which is very important for children today and also for future generations. The next slide, please. So in a debate about the different environmental impact of food, usually we have the agricultural production. Those that are ultra-processed, this leads us to think that all the environmental impact of this cereal for breakfast, ultra-processed cereal, is concentrated in the production phase of the cereal or the corn, for example. But the impact, the environmental impact of arepas and those cereals, ultra-processed cereals for breakfast, are practically the same. So we think that only the environmental impacts for the future is important for an evaluation to be made. Of course, we also have differences when we calculate the environmental impacts of agricultural products, different from those processed products. And this is when we evaluate the life cycle of the food and also the different processes and the ingredients that are used in the industry vary very much from one factory to the other, to one manufacturer to the other. We can only are able to get to know these impact. The industry calculates the values, which is not very frequent, but there is an evaluation of environmental impact for ultra-processed cereal, where we can see the difference in this graph that we see here. By comparing these products, cereal-based products, the density of greenhouse gases to produce 1 kilogram of corn flour is 662 grams of carbon per kilo of this flour. For 1 kilo of finished arepa already cooked, the carbon footprint is 146 grams of carbon equivalent per kilogram of arepa. And for 1 kilo of breakfast ultra-processed cereal is 2,600 grams of equivalent carbon. So half of the footprint of carbon in the ultra-processed food comes from the ingredients, and the other half comes from the manufacturing and the packaging, the transport, the final elimination of waste. The position of these ultra-processed cereal has other, for example, sugar, and this is why we get 1,000 carbon equivalent per kilogram of processed cereal, even though the carbon footprint of these ultra-processed cereals can be compared to the total carbon footprint of the corn flour, about 60 grams of equivalent carbon. So this is done because of the intensive use of energy for the destruction. So this is why we have many more emissions, not only those coming from agriculture. Next slide, please. So in this study of cereals, we have this consumption of in Brazil. In order to calculate the greenhouse effects in food and beverages or drinks that are bought, the food were classified according to the new law as non-processed food or processed food and ultra-processed food.
We've calculated the proportion that each group of food contributes to kilocalories per day in the diet, and with a linear increment to evaluate the trend of the environmental impact throughout the years. As a result of this, between 1987 to 2017, the greenhouse gases related with the diet increased 21% of 1,538 kilocalories of carbs. The water relationship increased a 22%. We discovered that the change of ingredients and environmental indicators throughout time failed between the groups of Nova Foods. We did not find evidence of a change in environmental indicators for minimally processed food. There is a reduction of 18% of foods for culinary food, whereas ultra-processed food increased 245% of greenhouse gas effects, 233% for hydric schools and water basins. Throughout the 3 decades, including to the increase of ultra-processed food. This means that the diet patterns in Brazil does the higher consumption of ultra-processed food is bad for diets and for public health. And in turn, what does it make these foods worse for the environment? Here we have a cross-cut analysis of the data from 2008-2009 with a probabilistic sample of the Brazilian population equal or over 10 years of age, the individual ingestion of food that was evaluated using the 2 food registries. This graph describes the total consumption of energy and that of ultra-processed food in the quintiles of the diet contribution of this food. This contribution was between 1 to 33% in the lowest quintile and 64% in the highest one. The total ingestion increased with the contribution of food, ultra-processed food. Next slide, please. Here we have the carbon footprints across quintiles of dietary contribution of ultra-processed foods. The environmental impact of individual diets was calculated by multiplying the amount of each food by the coefficient that quantifies atmospheric contributions of greenhouse gases in grams of carbon equivalent. This for gram and milliliter of food. Both coefficients consider the life cycle of food, as we mentioned previously, from the ground to the table, and the linear trends looking into the contribution of ultra-processed food and the total ingestion of energy, and the carbon and water footprint on our diets, and the possible factors of confusion that adjusted were sex, age, education, income, and country's region. The total intake of energy was taken as a possible mediation variable. As a result, of this in raw models, the contribution of ultra-processed food was associated linearly with the carbon footprint and water footprint of the Brazilian diet. But as we see in this slide, when we had the adjustment by confusion, social demographic confusion, the statistical difference was not significant. Neither did that happen when there was an adjustment for the consumption of energy. The next slide, please. For the water footprint, we had, after the adjustment by possible confusion factors, the association was still significant, only around the water footprint of diets, which increased 10% in the lowest quintile, and the highest one of the contribution of food, ultra-processed food. The adjustment and the total ingestion of energy eliminated this association, which states that the dietary contribution of ultra-processed foods increased the water footprint of our diets by increasing the energy intake. In conclusion, the negative impact of ultra-processed food in the water footprint of diet, which is shown for the first time in this study, is added to the negative impact of this food in health, shown versus the profiles of nutrients in diet and the risk of several chronic diseases that are non-transmissible. This non-communicable. This talks about avoiding ultra-processed food under the food guidelines. This is what is mostly recommended. One can say that it increased only 10%. But if we think that this 10% means the diet of one person every day, we multiply this by the diet of the entire Brazilian population throughout the year, and then we'll see that there is an environmental impact of food, of the ultra-processed food, which is really very significant, very important. So this would be it. I am available for any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Josefa. We have 3 questions from the audience. I wanted to ask you if you rather me read them all together and you answer them, or I can read them one by one. One by one, please. The first one is transgenic food. Can that also impact the environment negatively? This is a very interesting question because, and I thank you, because this type of food come from a technological package. I apologize, my mixture between Spanish and Spanish and Portuguese. In most of the situations, transgenic matters are associated to the application of specific agrotoxic matters for the control of pests in vegetables. This is a type of technology that is associated to the use of pesticides. Most of the times, like soy, for example. So there's an impact that is environmental and indirect. We also look into the technological um, impact of monocrops. So we're talking about environmental impact that is indirect, maybe not directed, but with transgenic matters. Certain situations we have impact regarding biodiversity. For many years, we saw the mm, corn and transgenic matters to preserve the genetics of originary crops. So I believe in environmental terms, we have this impact. Thank you very much. The second question is, what is the impact of agrochemicals and monocrops in greenhouse gases derived from the agricultural production? Could you repeat that question, please? Yes. Which is the impact of agrochemicals and monocrops in the emission of greenhouse gases derived from the agricultural production? Agrochemicals will have a significant emission of gases when we think about fertilizers and when we think about N2O, which is one of the gases, greenhouse gases, and also the production of agrochemicals, pesticides, or fertilizers. There is a contribution there for the production of greenhouse gases throughout the process of production, which is accounting for the life cycle variations. Monocrops have a contribution that will depend on what we're talking about. If we're talking about rice, I'm not sure what the word is in Spanish, but there is an the environmental impact versus other cereals. There is an indirect impact that is connected to when monocrops have a significant impact when we don't respect the protection, forest protection, for example, where we can add greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you. And the last question is, which are the challenges and goals in Latin America and the global south in the control of environmental impact of the forms of agricultural production? Could you please repeat the question? What are the challenges and goals in Latin America and the global south region in control of environmental impact and the forms of agricultural production? I don't have the figures for all of Latin America, but for Brazil, I have certain ideas that are very much related to reduction. Uh, I believe she's saying dismantling, and this is very important for all of the countries that are working with Colombia. Oh, she's talking about deforestation. Sorry. There are many other countries that are throughout this region with a very important forest contribution. So it's very important for deforestation is eliminated completely up until 2030. For the reduction of and greenhouse gases, the stability of the biodiversity, and many of this deforestation comes with an opening of agricultural borders. So for environmental control, it's very critical to reduce deforestation, and this helps us be more efficient in technological terms so that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions by kilo of food. So in metrics, there's metrics such as this one that I presented here, and they're important in this context, where we can evaluate and understand the most important points, reduction of uh, these gases within the contribution of nations in general to maintain the global warming up to zero point 0.5 degrees centigrade, as the Paris Accord has stated. Dr. Josefa, thank you very much. And thank you, all of the audience, for all of your questions. Research of Dr. Josefa has showed us that what we can eat today can have an impact much beyond health. That's why we have to talk about the environmental implications, social and economic implications of edible and drinkable ultra-processed foods. For this, we will begin our first discussion panel, where we will address this topic. The panel will be moderated by Mercedes Mora Plazas, professor of the Department of Human Nutrition from Nacional University in Colombia. We will also have the participation on site of Alejandro Rodriguez Yaksh and Ruben Dario Pardo. Virtually, we will have Lindsay Smith Tile. We invite you all here to the stage. Alejandro Rodriguez is an economist with a master's degree in applied economics with a public policy specialization in Universidad de los Andes. Throughout his professional career, he has worked as a researcher in organizations such as FEDesarrollo and IDE Justicia. And recently, Alejandro published the document Fiscal Policy and Human Rights, Taxes, and Guaranteeing the Market, all the health, access to health and the environment. Ruben Dario Pardo is graduated in University of Quindío in social work, and he has a social science master's degree from the Gregorian University in Rome. He works in social matters in Universidad del Quindío. He belongs to the research group in nonviolence, peace, and human development. He also belongs to Educar de Ida y Vuelta Foundation, where he promotes initiatives Buena Gente Periódico and Pan Rebelde. He works with seed custodies. Lindsay Smith is a associate professor in the Department of Nutrition from Gillen's School of Public Health, Global Public Health in North Carolina University. She's a nutritionist and epidemiologist that works in the evaluation of food policies and food habit policies, and in the U.S. and at a global level. She works in disparities in food intake and obesity. Her current projects works in the evaluation of taxes over sugar beverages, the labels on warnings and restrictions in publicity in several countries in Latin America, including Chile, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Peru. Please remember, if you have any questions throughout the panels, you can ask them throughout the chat and virtual transmission and on the WhatsApp line that you can read with the QR code that's in your brochures. Good morning. Thank you very much, everyone attending here. Thank you to all of you who are here in this important event that seeks to answer a question that I believe at some point we have all asked ourselves, and it's what can we eat? We've asked this almost always with through health reasons, and it's important. And the WHO responds this to this question, incentivizing that we warn people in regards to the products that are offered when they are high in sodium, saturated fat, and sugar. We have found a relationship between the excessive habitual consumption of these nutrients and an increase in chronic diseases. This has concerned humanity as a whole throughout the past 3 4 decades, where this has triggered this consumption of processed products, reducing the consumption of natural foods with important nutrients like proteins, vitamins, reducing the amount of fiber. So these ultra processed products that have increased these nutrients are related to diseases. So the WHO says warn people and tell them have a label in front of the packages which states this excess of sodium, saturated fat, sugar. And for the region, this seal, this is the one that has best worked. It's an octagonal black seal or label with a white background. We want to enhance this perspective. Health is very important. As Luis Fernando mentioned, it's important to consider other aspects, and that would be how is it that these products and beverages and edibles that are ultra processed, in addition to impacting health, they're impacting our planet as well, impacting the economy of countries and societies. And this topic is of the essence as well for the development of our planet. And we have many examples, but let's take one of them. Let's assume we have a cake with a chocolate frosting that's industrial. When we read the ingredients, because I do always recommend to read what ingredients are contained in each product, more than the content of quantities of elements. Ingredients tell us when a product is healthy or not. When we see the fourth ingredient is palm oil, but also palm oil is within the ingredients of the frosting itself. And let's go beyond that. Where does this palm oil come from? Where was it planted? How was it transported? How is it distributed? How is it preserved? That's where we'll find that we have an important impact for the planet. So Colombia is the fourth producer of palm oil in the world and the first in Latin America. Over 518 hectares in Colombia are planted with palm. This is the land. There has been a displacement of farmers who were planting their products for their sustenance. They are working in the palm industry with much more unfavorable production and conditions than what they had. And where that happens, there is no water available for communities, neither for projects of communities. And we're not going to get into transportation, the cold chain, the refrigeration chain. So we want to talk about this in this panel and extend the vision of where this goes beyond health. We're being impacted indirectly in our health because of how we are impacting the planet. And for this, it is a pleasure to share this panel with very important people. Lindsay, a wonderful researcher, mentor, and friend of ours in this topic. Rubén Darío Pardo, as well, also a wonderful, admirable friend in his work. Professor Alejandro Rodriguez, researcher Alejandro Rodriguez, an economist. So we have a series of questions prepared for our members of the panel, enhancing this topic. Let's start with Professor Lindsay. Professor? Please remember, if you have any questions, you can write them down on the chat. At the end, we will try to answer most of these questions. Lindsay, I don't know if you can hear us. Hello. She hadn't seen you. Hello, how are you?
Hola.
Considering the economic dynamics of the current agricultural and food systems, which would be the categories of edibles that are ultra processed with the highest negative impact in the environment?
Hola a todos. Gracias por la invitación a participar. Un momento. Ah. Ok. Lamento no poder estar allí contigo en persona y pido disculpas por
I
hablar en
apologize because I
inglés.
will speak
Como
in English from
Mercedes
now
ha
on.
estado
As Mercedes knows,
tratando
I've been
practicar mi
trying to
español,
practice
pero
my
para
Spanish,
este
but
tema
for
muy
this
complejo,
very complex
podré
topic, I
transmitir
will
mejor
rather
las
convey
ideas
my
en
message and
inglés.
ideas in English.
Así, the categories of ultra-processed food that are most impactful for the environment is a really tricky question because it depends on what environmental impacts you're concerned with. So much like in health and nutrition, different ingredients and different types of foods have different impacts. So of course, as we've already heard in this panel, just by having a food be ultra processed, there are certain processes that are involved that require more resources and have more environmental impact. The manufacturing steps, the transportation, and the packaging. But I think it's also important to remember that ultra processed foods were engineered in a way to make us eat more of them. And just by the fact that they are making us eat more, we are using more energy and thus having more environmental impacts. Now, all of that said, as Mercedes just talked about, ultra-processed foods that contain palm and soy oils can have very big environmental impacts, including slash and burn practices, which are relevant for the rainforest, forest depletion, and biodiversity loss. I think the challenge with figuring out which categories are most impactful is very hard to do because palm oil in particular is so widely used that it affects many categories, from cookies to packaged bread to ice cream. And then, of course, if we think about other environmental impacts like greenhouse gas emissions, of course, we're thinking about products that contain animal source foods. So products that contain red meat will have some of the biggest impacts, but also products from other products products that contain other types of animal source foods from beef cattle, including milk and cheese. So we can think about ultra processed products like ice cream or sweetened yogurt that can also have major impacts on the environment. And we know that these categories are also bad for our health. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have a question for Dr. Ruben. What is the impact of food, ultra-processed food and drinks production in the social web, the local production and the diversity of traditional fruit? Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Now the question is very specific, and I think that, or apparently it is very specific, but I think that everything that affects a social group has social implications. Therefore, it has a social impact. So here we have talked a lot about health, about environmental impact also. And I think that in the economic aspect, there is also a strong impact. This is a society that is sick, that is not well nourished. And this is, of course, is a society that is not productive enough, and it is less happy. So this is very important. Now that we would like to live great, it is important to try to have people, especially children, to make a reality that human right for a good food or nutrition. So this is something that we cannot exclude ourselves from. We have to include it, and this is a responsibility of the state that we now hope we can establish more productive dialogues and more communication. So I would also like to mention another impact that we have also seen in the Department of Quindío, which is identity. We are what we eat. The food is not something that is inert over there, but it has significant elements that define ourselves, and that is very important. We carry out an exercise that is called Pan Reverde, and I hope I can talk about this later, but we meet in order to eat. So this is a pretext. And in these meetings that where we share, you know, the cooking of the territory, we have seen people, especially elderly people, to travel, you know, microseconds in the time when they taste the mafafa or the bore or a preparation with arracacha, which they had not been able to taste for a long time. And I think this is important. I think it is important for us to be able to get to know our fruit because this links us with the territory. This gives us an identity and it allows us to be supplementary with other cultures. And in that regard, when we allow the transnational companies carry out a globalization process that makes fruit homogeneous, therefore it displaces the products from the territory. So we have to eat the same thing all over the world. So we are losing a heritage, a cooking heritage or a cultural heritage also that will allow us to have a better health, be happier, but also to come together. This is something to do with social cohesion. I was seeing this in the national strike. The food brings people together, and we support some community, what we call community pots. This is not only with the plantain and yuca, but also with mafafa and other products from the territory. And it became a pedagogical moment that was very important. And I think this helps everyone, especially young people, to be able to feel part of the territory, feel one with the territory. And that is fundamental in order to defend the territory because no one defends what they don't know or what they don't feel. And in this sense, what we could call the food resistance is essential and it should gather all us together. So if there is a social impact, a strong social impact that deserves a collective reaction, a smart collective reaction that is not common. Thank you very much for your answer. Now I would like to recap on what Lindsay was telling us with something that you're mentioning, which is the social role of food. We're talking about the social, environmental, and economic role of food. Food is a social action or an act that reflects many of the habits and the costumes of the regions and the of the family, of the society. And when we eat real food, it takes time. It takes time to, for example, eat an orange or eat true food. But as Lindsay was saying, food or the products that are ultra processed are at all categories and they're all of types and we eat them quick. We don't even chew them. For example, an orange juice, we could never drink and we could never eat 3 oranges the time we drink an orange juice. But that time that takes us to eat an orange allows us to probably talk a little bit more, be with other people and have this social web, which is food. And it's true. It is in all the categories and an impact. We have to break this process. No, you reminded me of something. I think one of the moments, the most terrible moments that I have lived or experienced has been in Europe, in Italy, when I was invited for lunch. A friend of mine invited me to have lunch in Milan, and he said, let's have some pizza. And I said, okay. It was a table, no chairs. And I said, how can you be here in a table with no chairs? And everybody was standing by the table. And I said, well, how can they do this? But everybody was eating so fast to go back to work. But there was no room, to talk, which is essential, especially in a society where they pretend to have us separated or divided. That encounter, that meeting is very important. You have to invent, like any kind of space to get together in a football game, in a bingo, having chocolate or watching a movie or something. We have to meet, because when you meet, good things happen. And I wanted to mention also, I'm not living in Armenia, where I come from, the San Jose de Apartado community that invited us to support an initiative they're having, which is the Campesina University. So they help us to these communities that have a civil resistance to war and forced displacement in that part of the country. And they invited us to share with them the agricultural and food element. We were with a custodian of the familia. So we gathered with the people, and they prepared buñuelos made of bori and lentils. And instead of potato, the potato has a lot of elements that are chemicals, and it's so expensive, and we had different elements at the mafafa, etc. So I think these are efforts that are valid, because the problem doesn't happen only in the city. Out in the country, there is also a disconnection with what we eat, or with what we should eat and produce. If the fruit is not used, if there's a fruit that we don't use, for example, mafafa, we don't use it anymore to prepare the arepas or the soup, it will be lost, because no one will be interested in planting it and taking care of it, right? Very interesting. Thank you very much. Alejandro, a question that is important also for you. We have discussed how production and commercialization of ultra-processed products have an environmental impact, but I would like for you to touch on the social impact, the concept of social justice. Why do you say that there is an expansion of the inequality gaps because of the production of ultra-processed products versus true food? Good morning, Mercedes. Greetings to everyone, and thank you for Red Papas for the invitation. Now, the question is a question focused on disequality or inequality, and I think we have to say that when we talk about inequality, this is a relative measure. Therefore, we have to have it clear what populational group we are comparing versus what other one. This is a comparative exercise, and this is where we have the economic dimension coming in, the consumption of ultra-processed food. And this was basically what we did, the analysis that we carried out for several years in the Justicia, which is to introduce this economic dimension to that problem. And what we found is a fact, which is in the case of sugary drinks, is in the lower income homes are the ones that have a greater consumption of this kind of drinks because of different factors. One, maybe because of the cost, and how the cost of these products, because of all the research and development made, and these products have led to low consumption because they're more accessible for this kind of homes. But we also have to talk about availability, because we also talk about physical access to true food in many areas. And for many homes, the situation is not easy, and they don't have enough access. They have more access to these other sugary products. So considering this consumption situation, we can see the dynamics that reinforce inequalities. We have talked constantly that the consumption of these products is related with the other diseases, and this is reflected in the productivity, in the laboral productivity. This is a term that we economists use, indicating that it affects the income of the people. When a person is sick, for example, Professor Ruendario mentioned this. In sick societies, they have a lower productivity, which is translated into lower income, which is called absenteeism. So this is because of disabilities or because they're not present in their workplace, or they're there, but they cannot work correctly because of the burden of the disease. So we can say that, yes, we do analyze that the homes of lower resources are the ones that have more consumption of these products and have a greater incidence in these kind of diseases. So this impacts directly their income versus those higher income homes where this doesn't happen. There is a mechanism that reinforces inequality, but we have to talk about the pocket expenses that happen in lower income homes that need the medical care because of the incidence of these diseases. These expenses also represent at the end is less income available. So the income that you have after you pay all your debts and all the costs that you have because of the disease, if you have an increase in these pocket expenses because of these diseases, once again, the homes that are lower income have a lower income. They remaining, if we compare with all the costs they have, the available income of these homes is less. So this is reflected in consumption trends because of less economic access or physical access to food. And this has to do a lot with the agroalimentary system of Colombia. For example, the lack of short circuits and the trading of food. Sometimes there is no availability of true food at good cost. So I think these factors play a role so that we reinforce the inequality of this income. But we have to think about not the variable of income, but well-being, more holistic well-being variables. The unsatisfied basic needs, they all include health in these dimensions that we compare in order to measure well-being. And if we look at the different trends, the greater incidence of these diseases, of course, we see a reinforcement of inequality from what we just heard. Thank you very much for the very interesting answer. And here I would like to mention also, I don't know if you consider this, the impact of marketing in the purchase decision. Although you don't have too many resources in order to buy food, for example, a mother that watches on TV that a box drink or juice comes from the field, from beautiful trees with fruit, and they decide to buy this kind of drink instead of buying the fruit itself. You know, she thinks that she's a better mother if she's doing this, and this has to do with inequity. And I would also say that it's not really the educational level, because the same thing may be happening in high educational level families. And this is what we're seeing in inequality. Yes, I'm going to turn into an economist here. This is when you talk about information asymmetries. In the theory that we have in consumers in the market, you assume that consumers are free when they have all the information available in order to make an informed decision. And here we have these tricky marketing that is used to bring, you know, all these demands of different products that are made of fruit pulp, and they only have 3 or 4% of it. So this forms part of all the different tricks that they use so that the consumer doesn't have this information available in order to make a decision that is in alignment with its interests. And this is where we have the labeling that is important. Of course, this doesn't help the consumer to make an informed decision. And it has a dimension of inequality, because they are different. There is a difference between the different types of consumers. As how can I make a better decision regarding this? But what you're talking is the marketing strategies that try to reduce the true information or change or mislead them with the information that is not true. So these answers take us to something that we all have in mind. is that we need the real information of what we are consuming. We need to know what we're eating. Law 2120 is looking for that. Unfortunately, this was not regulated in this government, but we hope that this can happen in the coming government and that this can be helped so that people can identify better what we have in front of our eyes when we have to make a purchase decision. Whether we buy it or not is our decision, but if we have clear information, that is very important. Now, seeing all these problems and understanding these problems, we could talk a little bit now about the solutions or the social, economic, and environmental impacts of these products, these drinkable and edible products, the opportunities that we have in these regards. For example, Ruben, what local alternatives do we have to incentivize short production circuits, native seeds, and traditional fruit? Well, before I fully answer your question, I would like to draw your attention on the fact that there is a conflict that we have to acknowledge. This is a conflict. The conflict is not bad. It's something that is important and unavoidable. The conflict between the interest of the large industry and many social actors that oppose themselves to this kind of food systems. So when we understand it that way, we could start to see the need to strengthen ourselves, because there is a sector, the industry sector, that has many economic resources that allow them to influence or gain in their favor the contest of important sectors of the academy or the academia or the state apparatus, health, communication, or the media, etc. And the other one is the asymmetry of the power that we have here. The other side only has doesn't have that much power, so we need to get together. It's very important to carry out this kind of spaces or meetings as we're doing now. It's very important because we have to think about events in the future where we also have other type of events where we have social organizations present also, in order to get to meet each other, to integrate ourselves, and to, because these fights are done from the affections also, not from the reasons. Really, when we get to meet each other, when we start walking together and we hug ourselves, that's from where I think that we can collect the necessary strength in order to resist and to support these and to move forward. Many things are, people are doing many things. There are local markets, there are custodian or seed guardians. These are people that I really admire, because they dedicate a large amount of their resources to protect the patrimony that belongs to all of us, which are seeds, and the state is not paying much attention to that. So I think that basically the activities that could be carried out from our side as regular citizens are also given by the fact that we have to identify ourselves and assume ourselves as social and political subjects, and assume or understand that food is a political act. And it is a political act because it's an exercise of power, because decisions are made that can favor the system that we're trying to oppose to or weaken it. The big action scenario is the daily life, which is probably a scenario where the academia has not paid much attention to. And I think that many powerful things could happen there. So when I decide to go to the market, the first decision I make is, okay, I take my cloth bag, or do I go to the supermarket to get a plastic bag? Do I go to the large surface to buy, or do I go to the farmers market or the ecological market, or do I buy plastic bags, or do I buy the guayabas? So there are important decisions that require to be made. I'm thinking about asking a question to the audience, the people that are watching us here. If we went home and we open up our refrigerator, how many of the things that we find there really are nourishing our family or making it sick? The other question would be, when would be the last time that you had chacha fruto or mafafa? I don't know if you're familiar with that name for that product, mafafa. So I think that the awareness of being civilly or civil resistant, because we can see, we can have many people here that are seeing us on the social networks or here at the auditorium, maybe in disagreement, because there is a resistance that we need to follow that limits it to exercise this against the state. No, we can have civil resistance against power groups of the the civil society that exercise negative influences with other groups. And the history is full of fights between groups of civil society and that have gone into conflict with different things. For example, women had a conflict because they were not allowed to vote, and they finally won the right to vote. The unions, they also were able to get 8 hours of work and 8 hours of rest. But this was because of conflict. You have to go into a conflict against several things that are unfair. Conflict is not a synonym of violence. Please have that clear. Conflict is something that is necessary. This is an engine or a leverage for social transformation. May not be violent, and the non-violence is a wonderful mechanism that demands our creativity and our resistance. But it's a wonderful mechanism to transform reality. So what I mean to say here is that there are many different ways and many different activities and processes in the regions and that are being carried out in the entire world by organized consumers. Some of them used the term prosumer, which indicates that we have to be concerned about production and consumption and to establish direct relationships with consumers and understand that you eat what is being produced. So how do we pretend to consume all the time the same products when that doesn't really happen? And this enforces globalization dynamics that are terrible for life, very harmful. So my call is to assume ourselves as subjects, politic and social subjects. We are responsible. We can have the state change, but basically that our daily life will be changed as the Brazilian professor was talking about the impacts on the environment, and that solution is also in the hands of each one of us. In Quindío specifically, we're working with farmer markets and agroecological markets and the network of families of the Quindío with free seeds in all the municipalities of Quindío, and Pan Rebelde initiative also, which is supplementary to the Semillas network. Because if you don't use something, as I said before, if you don't use the seed or the fruit, is going to be lost. So we can contribute with a grain of sand, motivating the transformation of that fruit that we get in the territory. And those things that we have eaten are great. The fruit of the creativity of people is not only rescuing the recipe of our grandpas or our grandparents, but also have these creativity included there. And we're in the dynamics of talking in order to have more incidence on the institutionality. But here it is important, at least this has been our option. The work rhythm and the rhythm of the process is not set up by the institutionality, but by the processes. We cannot follow the rhythm of institutionality, whether it is the academy or the academia or the agriculture secretariat, or if you want to get on the bus of social processes, you can get on it, but the processes cannot be stagnated because of this rhythm, the pachydermic rhythm of the institutions. Oh, very interesting, Professor. Yes, it is an invitation, the way I see it, to learn from what we have right now. I think we live in regions and we have seen situations where we don't know many things about. And I think that it is important to learn from the regions in order to be able to get the fruit out of the regions and not get to the regions with the idea of things that we have learned from other places, but rather the region would be the ones that produce their own solutions. If it knows itself, they know what they have and they know what they can produce. And that's where we have the short circuits. In a region, you know what is being produced. That production can contribute, for example, for the food in the schools. The parents will be paid because they're selling the products to the schools, and children will eat very well. And parents receive an income that allows that for those children going to school will have better conditions so that they have a better academic production or action. So we're not going to have food that we call traveler food. In long trips, they can produce a lot of CO2, and those traveling food, we need some cold chains that are very expensive for the environment. And we don't, the short circuit doesn't have that, and it's an advantage because the communities know how to exploit them and how to get this benefit. So yeah, task that we have to do is to identify fruit from the territory that are good for the nutritional point of view. So there are different fruits that we don't know, people are not aware of, and they grow around, you know, the neighborhood, and that could be consumed to favor the nutritional health of those families. And the academia can help or contribute importantly, and other organizations also with excellent
Many times,
nutritional effects.
hello, Lindsay, this is a question for you. According to your experience, what are the challenges and opportunities when there are environmental warnings?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me turn the interpretation off so that I can hear clearly. Okay, so I would like to speak about my experience testing environmental warnings and health warnings, but I will note that this is in the context of the United States, where consumers may have different perceptions and reactions to environmental warnings. But essentially what we have discovered when we've tested health warnings and environmental warnings is that they can be effective to inform consumers and change their perceptions about the health and environmental harms associated with products. But what we have seen is that environmental warnings tend to be less effective than health warnings, at least in the context of the United States. Now, we don't really know why this is. It could be because people are less familiar with what the environmental outcomes are and how do we talk about these. So for example, concepts like deforestation or even greenhouse gas emissions, these are concepts that can be very challenging for consumers to understand. This is analogous to talking about ultra-processed food. The concept of ultra-processed can be very complex to translate into a simple warning. So that's one challenge that we have with environmental warnings. Another challenge that we have is that many times when we're talking about health warnings, we're talking about effects of consuming a food on you. So when you go to get that bag of chips and you see the warning label high in sodium or high in saturated fat, or a health warning, these, consuming too much is bad for your health, the outcome is always framed in terms of you as an individual consumer. If you do this, there will be consequences to you. With environmental warnings, it's a little bit different because the outcomes are collective. So consuming too much red meat leads to greenhouse gas emissions, which of course has negative effects for society at large. And of course, worse effects for some people more than others, but we're not talking about you specifically. So while we haven't investigated fully these environmental warnings, these are two hypotheses I have about why they may currently be less effective than health warnings. However, there are also benefits and opportunities. So one thing that we've seen is that when you pair a health warning and an environmental warning, that is really effective. And so people may respond to the health warning, but at the same time, they're gaining education about the environmental side as well. So I think we can start to expand our view and begin to think about how can we address all of these elements of food at one time. Of course, that's a little challenging from a design perspective, especially given how different the outcomes are. So for example, I have done a lot of work in the area of red and processed meat, and the health effects and environmental effects of these products depends on the very specific type of product. So how do we think about taking something so complex as the vast environmental outcomes and health outcomes of different food categories and boiling that down into a label? Now, folks like Mercedes and Luis Fernando have spent a lot of time thinking about how do we do this for nutrition? How can we create a nutritional profile model that allows us to simplify this very complex information into small nuggets of information that a consumer can quickly see and understand while they're inside of a store making these decisions? And I think we need to do something like that for environmental labels as well. So we could think about the PAHO model of nutrient profile for products, and how do we think about that in terms of the environment as well. So those are some of the opportunities. And I think it's really important to remember that we're using labels for many different reasons. One reason is to educate consumers. Another reason is to help guide their choices. But a third reason is also to affect the food industry. And so we could think about how do we design environmental labels that might incentivize food manufacturers or food producers to create more sustainable products. So while we focus a lot on warnings, there are other types of labels that could potentially be used in this space as well. So for example, there are labels like carbon footprint labels or carbon score labels or labels that assign a grade. And while these types of labels that provide this type of information tend to be a little less effective with consumers, at least for nutrients, they could potentially be useful in incentivizing the food industry to use more sustainable practices. So this is an area that is really, really new. We just have such limited understanding about how these environmental labels work, how they should be designed to get the most impact, especially when we compare them to health or nutrient labels. And then the last thing I'll say is that we really focused a lot on this, again, this warning aspect and what do we put on food products themselves. But also very important is the power of consumer education campaigns and mass media campaigns. So here in the United States, again, focusing on red meat because meat tends to have really high environmental consequences. There is a campaign called the Meatless Monday campaign. And the US is one of the world's top consumers of red meat. And so this Meatless Monday campaign, the goal of it is simply to ask consumers to stop eating red meat on one day of the week, Monday. And so it's a really simple ask. And they have this campaign that involves social media, billboards, television. It's a very nuanced and broad campaign. And they're using positive messaging to teach people about the effects of meat consumption and also asking them to take a very specific task. So rather than something that's super general, red meat is bad for you, It's very condensed information that's meant to be simple and give consumers the power to take a single action at a time. And that's a lot easier for people to do. So rather than say, don't eat any ultra processed foods or become a vegetarian, we're simply saying, refrain from eating meat on this one day of the week. And what we've seen in our experimental research is that this type of campaign is very effective at getting consumers to change their perceptions about the health and environmental consequences of red meat, and also changing their intentions to purchase and consume it. So we could certainly benefit from more science in this area in terms of thinking about how can we create and implement at a population level these types of messages that are really simple but effective at helping consumers understand and ultimately change their behavior. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Lindsay. Quite interesting. I think it's an approach that we have to start to have here with the education campaigns, but it's quite interesting how it would work better if it's a very small action to look into it in the population. People would learn much easier. It's something we have to look into. Finally, we have a question for Alejandro, and it is about the fiscal measures used to incentivize healthy food and disincentivize ultra-processed edibles, and does that have an impact in the environment and in human health? Do these have an impact in inequalities in health? Now, the first question about the social impact in the environment, yes, I think we do have a history in terms of fiscal measures such as taxes over unhealthy products, whether over health or the environment. They have been effective, such as taxes over tobacco, alcohol. They have been effective reducing the consumption of these products, and therefore the conditions associated to this consumption as well. But I think that the combination between decentivizing through taxes of certain products and the use of fiscal measures for incentivizing other products consumption through tax exemptions or subsidizing the production of healthy foods, evidently that combination can be successful. I can think, for example, in some of the ideas that we have in the book that we wrote with Diana Guarnizo and Diana Leon around how a policy that is based on taxing or levying ultra-processed products, with that collection, we can invest in tertiary roads or routes for the physical availability of food and the creation, as you said, of short circuits. This is a strategy that has a public policy logic that's based on food and based on increasing the offer of food and decentivize the consumption of these products. So I think that, and you said this as well, if this idea of investing, for example, in tertiary routes, would that have an environmental impact, as you mentioned, with the reduction of the carbon footprint that would have certain foods that don't travel? Now, these are measures that can have an impact in health and food inequality. The simple fact that the evidence in Colombia shows that a tax over sugar beverages would decentivize consumption, especially in lower income households, that in itself is already information that can help us understand the potential reducing health inequalities. The lowest income households are the ones that are more sensitive to price changes, and they can have more gain in terms of health. Reducing consumption, therefore, reducing the incidence of conditions associated to this. Now, once again, with food, if this policy is combined with a subsidy to production and tax exemption and consumption of products, healthy products, then evidently this combination could bring more availability and access to healthy foods to households that have never had this. So we're talking about inequalities in terms of food, and that combination of fiscal measures and fiscal instruments could be effective to reduce those gaps. Thank you. The example you're giving us is quite interesting. Building and improving tertiary roads throughout the pandemic, we saw tons of food that was lost because we didn't have roads to take this food, but they did arrive from very far away. And these are products that they didn't even know in the region. So what you're saying is quite important. I'd also like to add something here that I forgot, but I consider it's very important. And it's that we have to think about, if we create taxes over this type of product, this will generate a collection, which tends to disappear in time because the tax purpose is to disincentivize consumption, so there will be less collections of money, and then but people will continue to consume these products, and this will have a significant collection of money that can be invested in public property and services. And this, in terms of inequality in a country such as Colombia, those who are most benefited of this public quality goods and services are the lower income households. The ones with highest incomes can have a private solution, and that's usually what they choose. So when there is an improvement of public utilities, in this case, let's say health, with a higher collection but less pressure over the health system, the lower burden of non-communicable diseases, then the public health system could be benefited with lower income households. This is very important when we think about how these measures can have an impact in inequality, not only income, but inequality in access to health and healthy food. Very important. That is a very broad vision that we have to consider. So this is the end of our panel. We have questions. I think I can ask one or two questions before finishing. We're almost on time. We're going to have, I don't know how many questions we can ask. Let me know when we can't ask any other one. There's a question for Lindsay, and it's, in your research, have you considered evaluating the impact of local production of food as a environmental and food policy?
Thank you for the question. We have not yet tried to understand the effect of shifting to local food on environment and health. However, I will say that our colleagues in Brazil are conducting an evaluation of Brazil's food school feeding program, which is a really amazing feeding program because it affects, I believe, about 80% of Brazilian children, and the regulations that the Brazilian government put into effect that require that a large proportion of school foods comes from local farmers. So this is the first evaluation that I know of where there is a major federal level policy that is shifting the procurement of foods and ensuring that the proportion of foods is coming from local farmers. So that will be something that will provide us really strong evidence about these different outcomes that we're interested in. How does it affect the nutrition of what kids are eating in school? How does it affect the environment? And of course, also the social and economic effects. So how will it affect the local economy when we ensure that these foods are coming from local farmers? So hopefully we'll have some good evidence about this in the coming years. Thanks.
Gracias, Lindsay. Bueno,
Thank you, Lindsay. I'd like to have a couple more questions, but also ask our panel members to answer them very, very shortly so that we don't go beyond our time. Alejandro, up until what point can the import of edibles and food hide profound economic and social inequalities? I think that is a wonderful question that could take a lot of time. I think that the import, a large scale import of food, shows a lot of inequalities internally. Lack of production capabilities, lack of competitiveness on the one hand, and a lot of incidents in decision making on this type of matter by stakeholders. All of this is very much related to inequalities, political inequalities in terms of which are the decisions that we have to make to benefit everyone, but which ones are taken only looking into particular interests. In this case, the decision of not going to national production, but import of food. That, but at the same time, the deficit of the commercial scale, importing more than what we export, import what more than we produce, shows a bit of inequalities. So I believe that evidently there is a connotation of inequality that is not only based on income or in health, but also in other types of inequalities, decision making power, for example, that is why do they make decisions, certain decisions, when this doesn't benefit the general population? Like it happens with lentils in Colombia. And the last one, Ruben, how would you develop, be very short in your response to not impact the agenda, but it's important. We have many questions. It's a pity, but the last one says, how can we develop or empower not only spaces of union when we eat, but also when we prepare food, that is a point of encounter for everyone? There's two things. First of all, the environment where we should focus the energy is culture, to to forget certain things and learn new ones. And what we've seen is that the experience is more effective than 2 hours of conference. The experience of trying that a taste and prepare it, and mostly eating it, because we have a huge problem. The industry has basically taken over our palate as children, since we were in the womb, basically. So this is a difficult issue. The battle we have to give is for our palate, to rescue it, mostly of youth and children, and the aesthetics as well. That's also very important. We can have any other space, what children do with communication means, and we all have social networks, and we have many friends, and we can disseminate informative uh, pieces of information that are efficient. And I think we have to invent music festivals. There are artists that sing about food. There is a group called Campo y Sabor from Valle del Cauca. They talk about specific food. And so I think in our everyday environment, with awareness and food resistance, that's where we can have an impact of cultural transformation and also political transformation. Thank you very much, Lindsay, Alejandro, Ruben. It's been an honor for me to share this panel with you. And there's many questions that we expect to answer somehow. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much. This panel allowed for us to have a broad horizon, and we talked about social and economic impact of ultra-processed food and beverages, including social and economic inequalities and the loss of biodiversity. Experts showed us possible solutions, stressing some of the necessary policies in the agricultural production, such as short circuits, local production of traditional fruits and vegetable, and warnings. It also allowed for us to think about our responsibility as citizens, demanding the necessary actions to mitigate environmental, social, and economic costs of ultra-processed beverages. We will now begin our break. Remember, you can claim your snack at the entrance. We will come back at 10:40 a.m. to continue with the schedule. And we want to remind you that at the entrance, for the second part of the session, you can claim your translation devices with an ID. Thank you for being punctual.
We'll be beginning in 5 minutes. Welcome back. In the first half of the day, we address the environmental, social, and economic impacts of ultra-processed food and drink products. Approaching food from this broader perspective implies identifying the multiple actors and interests that come into play in food policies. Recent empirical and theoretical developments invite us to approach health from broader models. In particular, the model of commercial determinants of health invites us to analyze how the commercial interests of a group of people or companies negatively affect the health of the population. To address this issue, Dr. Nicholas Frodenberg will accompany us as a speaker with the conference entitled How the Model of Commercial Determinants of Health Can Help in the Incidence of Public Policies in Food. Nicholas Frodenberg is the director of the Institute for Urban Food Policy of the University of New York City and is a distinguished professor of public health in the university's School of Public Health and Health Policy. His research is focused on diet-related chronic diseases, urban health, the evaluation of complex urban interventions, and the role of the food industry in health and disease. For more than 30 years, Nicholas has supported New York City's organizations in planning, implementing, and evaluating policies, programs, and advocacy campaigns to improve community health and reduce health inequities. At the end of Professor Nicholas' speech, we will have a space for questions from the audience. So we invite you to send us your questions through the chat of the digital transmissions or to our WhatsApp line by scanning the QR code in your notebooks. Professor Nicholas, it's a pleasure to have your participation. You have the floor.
Buenos dias. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be with all of you today. Let me just get my slides going. And United States is in some ways a very different nation from Colombia. We have different populations, face different issues, but in both countries together, so many of us are working to create a healthier food, a healthier, more equitable and sustainable food system, and to protect and expand democracy. And it's so important that we come together to learn from each other, to share problems. So I'm very pleased to be here today. I am going to be taking a step back from the very important work that we all do to advance particular food policies around warning labels, around another framework that we could use to develop a longer term perspective for our goals as health professionals, food activists, social justice activists. And the framework that I want to discuss today is the commercial determinants of health framework. And this has been defined very simply as the factors that influence health which stem from the profit motive. And because I'm an academic, you know, I can always come up with a more complicated definition. And so my colleagues and I have proposed a fuller definition of commercial determinants of health as the social, political, and economic structures, including the rules and the norms and the practices by which business activities designed to generate profits and increase market share influence patterns of disease within and across populations. And in my talk today, I'm going to propose that the commercial determinants of health framework might help us develop longer-term strategies for creating healthier, more equitable, and more sustainable food systems. And the starting point for my talk today is that in the last 20 years or so, we've seen a cascade of public health crises that are threatening the world, including people living in your country and in my country. And that includes, of course, the COVID pandemic, but also the climate emergency, the rising rates of environmental pollution, what we call deaths of despair, alcohol, firearms, workplace injuries, resulting from the changes in how work is organized and offered, the rising burden of non-communicable diseases like diabetes and cancer and cardiovascular disease, and also of mental health disorders, and the growing toll from low-wage, precarious, and unsafe work. We worry about what the next public health apocalypse is going to be, and the question we're asking is, what are the common causes? And why now? Why in the first part of the 21st century are we seeing this cascade of public health apocalypses? And I believe the commercial determinants of health framework can help us to answer these two questions. And in my view, we have seen changes in the politics and the economy of many regions around the world that have made capitalism more toxic, more dangerous to health. And the 6 factors shown in these purple boxes on your left that have led to these changes in capitalism and in health have been corporate managed globalization, the increasing control of global politics and economy by large transnational corporations. The world's economy was always global, and what's now how much of that is controlled by these big corporations. A second trend has been financialization, the growing importance of the financial sector, banking, insurance, speculation, and so that making money from money rather than making products and services that people can use has become an ever larger part of the global economy. We've also seen through what some people call neoliberalism, the deregulation and privatization that was established in the middle part of the 20th century, putting many people at increased risk. In most sectors of the world economy, we've seen an increasing concentration where 3, 4, 5 transnational corporations control most of the economy. And we've certainly seen that in food, and I'll say more about that in a few minutes. We've also seen an increasing control of science and technology by corporations. In the late 19th century, Louis Pasteur said, science belongs to all humanity. But increasingly in the 21st century, science and technology belongs to the corporations who own the intellectual property that they use to maximize profits. And we've also seen an increasing ideological dominance of big corporations and their allies in setting the ideas that shape our politics and our economy. And as a result of these 6 trends, we've seen an increasing stratification of the world's population by race, class, gender, and other categories. We've seen rising income and wealth inequality. And I know you have very high levels of inequality in Colombia. And we've seen an inequitable distribution of the necessities of life, healthcare, food, and so on. And my argument is these 6 trends and the consequences they have brought about are the fundamental cause of these public health crises. And if we're going to see a different world, then we're going to have to take on these changes in our political economy in order to get to a better place. So what is the value of a commercial determinants of health framework in coming up with more integrated, coherent public health strategies and policies, particularly in the food environment? I believe, first of all, that a commercial determinants of health framework helps us to move beyond single policy goals, a sugar tax, warning labels, to a more cohesive idea of getting to a better place. I think a commercial determinants of health framework can allow us to create alliances and coalitions that allow us to amass power and capacity that can challenge corporate power. And again, in many countries of the world, including yours, there are a variety of groups working on the issues that we care about. Consumer groups, health activists, labor groups, women's groups, food groups, agroecology groups, environmental groups, and democracy, groups fighting for democracy. By the commercial determinants of health can create a framework for bringing those groups together to achieve shared goals. And another possibility, a really important one, is that the commercial determinants allows us to develop a shared agenda across all those groups I've mentioned, across business sectors, food, big tech, workplace, tobacco, alcohol, and issues and nation. One of the biggest deterrents to a healthier world is the belief that another world is not possible. And I think a commercial determinants of health, locating the problem in something we can see around us every day, the political economy that dominates our nations and the world, we can begin to imagine a different role. And finally, I think a commercial determinants highlights the role of power. We've seen a dramatic shift in power over the last 50 years, away from people and governments and political institutions and towards corporations and their allies. And if we're going to create a different world, we need to make some shifts in who has power and how they use it. And I believe this commercial determinants of health framework can help us to do that. So in the food sector where many of us work, what might be some of the ways that we can identify shared goals using a commercial determinants of health framework? I think one important goal that we can share across many issues is to reduce the promotion and consumption of ultra-processed foods, foods high in fat, sugar, salt, multiple additives, and not providing essential nutrients. In my view, and I'll say more about this in a few minutes, ultra-processed food is at the heart of the problems caused by the Colombian, the United States, and the global world food system. A commercial health framework can also help us to increase access and lower the cost of healthy food. It can help to create alliances and a shared agenda with movements protecting workers, planetary health and the climate, women, children, small farmers, small businesses, and governments. A commercial determinants of health can also help us to strengthen and expand democracy. So important a task in this decade as we see democracy being eroded in so many countries around the world. And I think we're increasingly understanding that democracy is a foundation of health. And societies where people have a voice in shaping their future can be healthier, and people can feel more whole and more connected. And a commercial determinants of health framework can also inform ideas to reduce corporate power to shape our politics and our economy. I wanted to talk a little more about ultra-processed foods and talk about some of the reasons why 21st century capitalism and the global food industry loves ultra-processed foods. First, the products are easy to transport around the world. They create the potential for global markets. In addition, it allows a company like Pepsi-Cola to develop global marketing strategies so that it can use some of the same ideas, images, and companies to market their products in Central and Latin America, in Africa, in the United States, in Europe. Much easier to develop a global marketing scheme than to have to develop for each separate population. Ultra-processed foods depend on a few core products: sugar, wheat, soy, palm oil. And the growers that grow these core products can capture a concentrated market share based on these products that allows them to dominate the food market around the world. The ultra-processed food system both reinforces and is facilitated by the industrial agricultural system, monoculture agriculture, growing a few products, having control of those products concentrated in a handful of corporations. The global food industry has also worked very hard to make the ultra-processed diet associated with modernity and westernization. In China and many other places, parents will take their child to McDonald's to celebrate graduating from high school. Those products have become associated with success and with modernization. The products produced by the global food industry, ultra-processed products, are what some people call hyper-palatable, sometimes habituating. I prefer not to use the word addicting, but there are research findings that show the ways that they're similar to other addictive products. And that makes it very hard for people who have developed a taste for highly sweetened beverages, for example, to switch to something else. Because the products are so changeable, it's easy to develop products to capture new markets and to reinterest customers who are turning to something else. And of course, most of all, having a single, easy to market products that meet all these characteristics ensures reliable profits, the essential goal of 21st century capitalism. So we've seen in many countries the development of a portfolio of strategies. And I believe our food movements will be more successful when we don't invest all our resources in any one of these strategies, important as each of them is, but rather look to develop a portfolio, and we move on many fronts with many partners to advance strategies such as product label and warning labels. And congratulations to your successes in Colombia on that front. I know there's more work to be done there. Taxes on unhealthy foods, limits on marketing. In the work I'm doing, and the McDonald's and the Coke image are counter marketing themes developed by young people. We're training at our Food Policy Institute at City University of New York to engage young people in their communities on counteracting the ubiquitous, relentless messages that these food companies bring. The image you see above is a video made by a non-governmental organization in Colombia to educate people about the health consequences of unhealthy products. All that is leading us to promote the goal of denormalizing, to make it unethical, unacceptable, immoral, and ultimately illegal to market products known to cause premature death and preventable illness to vulnerable populations, including but not limited to children. And you can see the other strategies. And I think what we want to develop is, as I said, a portfolio of these strategies that over time we can move forward and then begin the incremental changes in our food system that lead to transformative changes that will no longer leave ultra-processed food and the global food industry at the center of our food system. How do we do this? Again, I think you all in your country and others in other countries have developed a variety of strategies, from lawsuits and litigation to legislation to global treaties, sometimes modeled on the Framework Convention on Tobacco, and many of people are investigating a similar treaty around food, around obesity, around alcohol. In the areas of tobacco, fossil fuels, disinvestment campaigns have been very effective in depriving those industries of the capital they need to expand. We need to be talking about similar disinvestment campaigns in ultra-processed food companies to deprive them of the resources, as well as to, again, denormalize their business models. Shareholder actions. Other groups have used the democratic process, and so exciting to see the results of your election, to elect new leaders who will take a more active stance around regulating food and ensuring that people have access to healthy, affordable food. We saw in the case of infant formula a very effective boycott of Nestle products over the last 30 years. Still work to be done around infant formula, but really changed the image of that product as a result of a boycott. And boycotts are when people preferentially buy a healthier, more sustainable, more equitably produced product. And of course, community mobilizations are an important part of many of these strategies. Many people in public health talk about public-private partnerships, and I believe we do need to talk about them and look at them, but in my view, they're not the cure-all to every problem we confront. And as a researcher, my look at the evidence on public-private partnerships is there's not clear evidence that they lead to better public health goals. But I think we're not talking about a moral position on whether or not to work with corporations in advancing some of our shared goals, but rather a practical evidence-based framework. If cooperating with a corporation will lead to positive changes without creating greater harms, then we can consider it. But if it gives a veneer to a corporation to let them to deflect criticism, then we're undermining our own goals. I also want to talk about ideas. These are two posters found on a street corner in the United States. And when you see two messages like this right next to each other, you wonder why people are confused about how to make decisions around food. And I believe that in the food justice movement, there's an important battle for ideas and an important role we can play as professionals, activists, policy advocates is to engage in that idea. The ideas listed here are some of those that the food industry promotes to advance its goals. The evidence for these ideas is limited or non-existent, but they look reasonable to us, and they are certainly believed by many people because the food industry has spent so much effort promoting these ideas. This is an ad that a business federation put out in New York City. Some of you will recognize our former mayor, Michael Bloomberg, who they called the nanny, because he wanted to limit portion size on soda. And they led a very successful campaign to defeat that measure. I think part of the reason why the measure failed is that the city government failed to enlist popular support for this proposal. And if they had done more community mobilization and less top-down work, we might have seen a different outcome. And we also see a different set of ideas that those of us in the food movement advance, that parents have a right to protect their children's health, and that children have a right to be protected from messages that put their health at risk. And I think this human rights perspective on unhealthy food marketing and unhealthy food practices can be a very important one. And I hope together we can work to advance that. Another idea that I think we need to put forward is that in a democratic society, it should be individuals, communities, and families, not food companies, who decide what we eat and what's on offer to eat. And to realize that idea, we would need to make a lot of changes in our food system. And finally, I think we need to change our ideas about government. In our country, Ronald Reagan, said government was the problem, not the solution. And that idea has played a very important role in the fights between industry and consumers. I think we need to advance the idea that government has the responsibility, the obligation to protect citizens from unfair or unhealthy industry practices. And I look forward to your questions, your ideas now in the time we have left for discussion, or I put my email here. I'd love to hear from you. I put some suggested readings here, and this presentation will be posted online for anybody who wants to look more at it. And so I welcome, in whatever time we have left, your responses, questions, concerns.
Muchas gracias, doctor Nicolás.
of the companies of ultra-processed products, do you consider relevant to implement an international treaty to control the actions of this industry, taking as a reference point the experience of the frame agreement for tobacco?
Yes, I think an international treaty would be an important, useful part of a solution, but not by itself. I think we've seen the Framework Convention created a platform for NGOs and social movements, as well as governments, to continue to advance those goals. But I would not want us to depend fully on a treaty, because we know the tobacco industry, and we would expect food industries to look for ways to get around that treaty. So yes, I think moving forward on a treaty and making sure that we have the social movement and civil society capacity to enforce that treaty and monitor it.
Gracias. La segunda pregunta es, desde la perspectiva de los determinantes comerciales de la salud, ¿se requieren acciones de los estados?
Actions of the states are required to control the agro-industry and monocultures and the imports. What is the political context to move forward in that agenda?
That's a great question, and no simple and easy answer. I think the creation of transnational networks of small farmers, of peasants, of proponents of agroecology, that is very important. And I think they're beginning to build, still small, set of places where they offer an alternative. I think another place to challenge the global food industry is in institutional food, the food that's served in schools and hospitals and childcare programs. Those decisions are made by government, but they're often not made in the public interest. And by setting stronger rules on that very substantial part of the food economy in many countries, we would be able to create a public voice that could insist on the composition of those products, the marketing, and so on. And third, I think developing ways to counteract the relentless promotion of unhealthy food by the food industry. And I think that is something that needs to happen at a national level. And again, we've seen success around product labeling, warning labels, limiting marketing to children. And we need to advance that work and create global networks of those of us who are working in those issues to exchange promising ideas and best practices.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Last question. There is evidence showing the effect of components as a monosodium glutamate that causes people to be an addict to these products. Can we use this argument to fight the invasion of that industry in our diets?
Yes, also a very good point. I think the work of my colleague Carlos Monteiro in Brazil shows that the really hundreds of additives and preservatives that are an essential part of ultra-processed food have a variety of adverse health consequences on the immunological system, the hormonal system, child growth and development, mental functioning. And I think educating the public about that and setting new standards that limit the addition of these products to food helps to shift the debate from moving to less processed, healthy, whole foods and away from what the food industry responds to concerns, which is reformulating. And mostly that reformulating, taking out a little bit of sugar, salt, or fat, doesn't address these hundreds of additives and flavorings. And so moving towards whole foods and minimally processed foods and setting government standards, as Brazil has done and as other countries, France has done a little bit, that would be an important step forward.
Dr. Nicholas, thank you very much for your presentation, for your answers. And to the audience, they still have a lot of questions. Now, these reflections have shown us that the industrial sector interferes in public decisions in order to favor their commercial interests, in spite of the damage that they cause on human health. To continue with this discussion, we will begin with our second panel. named strategies of the industry to promote edible and drinkable products that are bad for health and the environment. This panel will be moderated by Zaira Campo, Director of Red Papas Operations. We will have the presential participation of Gila Olaya Vega and Alejandro Martilla. Virtually, we will have Fernanda Mediano with us, so please come to the stage. Gilma Olaya Vega is a nutritionist dietist of the Javeriana University with a master's in human nutrition in the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and she is present as an associated professor of children's nutrition of the nutrition department. So she has published several articles about children nutrition. Fernanda is a psychology from the University of Chile, and she has worked in the Ministry of Health of Chile, contributing to the construction and implementation of nutrition policies for the regulation of the labeling, publicity, and sales of food with high level of calories, sugar, sodium, and saturated fat. At present, she's a postdoctoral researcher of the University of Carolina del Norte in Chapel Hill, and she carries out projects related with food environments, especially how publicity and communication in mass affect the preferences and behavior of the population.
Mantilla is a master's degree, has a master's degree in Javeriana University with studies, doctoral studies in philosophy from that same university. He's a member of the permanent group of alternatives of the development fostered by Rosa Luxemburgo Foundation. He's a professor from the political science department in National University in Colombia. In the past few years, he's looked into the Colombian and Latin American context and the interference of the industry in decision-making related to health and food. If you have any questions throughout the panels, you can ask them throughout the chat of the live broadcast or via WhatsApp. You can read it with the QR code you can see in your brochures. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for accepting this invitation. Fernanda, connecting virtually. I want to thank you all for these and thank the fact that we can have these virtual spaces. Dr. Nicholas gives us a very broad, complete context of the health determinants, and we're going to continue discussing on this strategy of the industry that can have an impact on health for 2016. Books and some authors determine as determinants of health all these strategies that the private sector has for the promotion of products, and this has an impact in health. We see how these marketing strategies that that Dr. Nicholas just mentioned have this impact on health. And I'd like to begin with you, Fernanda, asking you, according to your recent studies, please share how these commercialization tactics have an impact on children and adolescents. Thank you very much for the invitation. These are several ways in which children's health is impacted, because health is a comprehensive concept. But if we focus a bit on nutritional health, what we've seen in research is that exposure to unhealthy food marketing has an impact on the preference of children and adolescents and what they consume. The impact of marketing isn't direct or simple. If you see marketing of a specific food, does not mean that necessarily you'll consume that food. The impact is more general. The effects are basically passed from one place to the other. This affects the preference throughout a whole category of products, and research shows that once we are exposed to unhealthy food marketing, they increase their total intake of any food available. So the issue is that some studies have shown that that intake, that extra intake that children have, given their exposure to marketing, is not compensated in instances of food, the next instances of food. So that extra of calorie intake will be accumulative. It's not that they don't compensate it throughout the day. So that's where we see a very clear path of how this is associated to gaining weight. On the other hand, this impacts our health because it teaches us practices and knowledges of food that isn't healthy. The proportion of marketing of unhealthy food versus healthy food is minimum. So constantly we have information on unhealthy food. There's many things that I could say, and we can talk about them afterwards. Thank you, Fernanda. I'll have these two messages that you mentioned, once associated to the preferences of children, how they finish and move real products. And this teaches practices that perpetuate in the life cycle, having implications, in fact, in the long term as well on health. There's a report in 2020 that is by the Lancet. What is the future for children in the world? This report is visible because the goal is, we have this in the Sustainable Development Goals. This is how the practices are having an impact in the health of children. And it says that in no country in the world are they protecting the health of children properly, even less the environment. They have shown us the environmental implications, social implications that the production and consumption of ultra-processed matters are having. I'm sorry, we have a tremendous noise in the background, and so it's a bit difficult to hear. We'd like to know, according to your experience, why is it so important to protect this in children? What does that protection imply? First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Luis Fernando. Thank you for your invitation. It's an excellent question. When we talk about childhood, the significance of protecting children is because we're programming health and nutrition in the future children and adults. We need to talk about two aspects quickly. First of all, during the first 1,000 days, which is maternity, and the first 2 years of age is the stage of food habits. When they're created, it's a key point where the child should receive nutrients that guarantee their optimal growth and development. When we talk about the code of substitutes, it protects so that children receive food that is providing the likelihood of a potential growth without impacting health negatively. What happens in this case is that when there is a commercialization of products that are substitutes, products that are prepared to replace milk, breast milk, they've showed us here that breast milk is the only food that contributes all nutrients. And in addition to nutrients, we shouldn't only think about nutrients, but immunological factors, meaning we are preventing development and diseases that are infectious and chronic as well, such as the problem we have in Colombia currently. We're facing this a triple low nutritional burden. We have different matters like we have overweight, obesity, and also malnutrition. The use of substitutes, meaning formula, takes us or leads us to severe problems. First of all, it's demonstrated by several studies. It's that the contribution of protein of these formulas increases the risk of overweight and obesity. And it's not a problem throughout the first month. It's a problem, as they said previously, that extends throughout lifespan. And we have another problem. If the formula isn't prepared properly in the proper reconstitution, then the child can have malnutrition issues. There are effects by deficit and excess as well. There is an issue here, and it is how we address the mother. Sorry, there's a sound issue. Sometimes it's a family or healthcare staff. There's other actors like staff that has an impact on decisions. Fernanda, I wanted to ask you, this report that we just mentioned, the one of the future that children expect in the world, explicitly talks about practices that are that exploit, and they move children to the production of ultra processed products. And to be able to face a message, a commercial message that's persuasive, and also being capable of identifying it, understanding it, and be clear on being in front of somebody who wants to have an influence over us. And I'm going to see the critical analysis of the message capable of resisting this influence. This population would be in a more vulnerable place because they don't have the skills and roles to be able to face this commercial message. And from the marketing standpoint, I think there's two things that we could talk about. Two important elements, and that's exploitation. First of all, the unhealthy marketing, unhealthy food marketing doesn't give information on products, but it looks into emotional matters to persuade and this for children and adolescents. The use of this information has an impact, not through rational channels, but implicitly. From that perspective, children are more exposed to this influence and with less capabilities of defending themselves. So the use of that emotional information, instead of providing actual information on the product, this is a manipulation. And in any way, TV, radio, etc., we have sound audios. Jason, let me see if I take my headphones, you're going to hear it worse. I apologize. This is the children's side. And why marketing does exploitation? It's an emotional matter and manipulation in any way. But what we have now is a risk of exploitation in digital marketing, because we are not only providing these manipulative messages to children where they don't have tools to defend themselves, but in addition to that, those messages are built based on information around children. They obtain all of the information of the activities they create on the internet. They generate audience profiles and they design marketing strategies for each of these profiles. So that's where we receive publicity designed for myself because they know what I like. It leaves us losing our autonomy. That's part of the exploitation. So that's where there's more vulnerability and other diverse characteristics of digital marketing, which make this closer to exploitation. The difficulty we have altogether to identify commercial messages, because it could be an influencer, it could be somebody that I'm following. There's no clarity on, as on TV where we started commercials and they end. Here it's completely blended. The profiles and brands can create content. These are ways of persuasion. They can create content, in fact, in social networks and transforming in creators advertising this. And there is a complex fabric there. Digital marketing today is a larger level of exploitation versus what we were talking about, which was very manipulative. And it could be called also exploitation to comprehensive marketing directed to children and adolescents, given their vulnerability. But what's happening at the digital level is tremendously severe and concerning. Thank you very much, Fernanda. And gathering messages of the emotional strategies that you were looking into for publicity, but now you're talking about how digital marketing is generating, in fact, an impact that's more concerning around the commercial determinants of health. Alejandro, I'll go next with you. Up until now, we've talked about commercial determinants of health from the perspective of advertising and marketing. But we also talked about commercial determinants of health when we have this interference in the adoption and implementation of public policies. I'd like to ask you, what could those practices be in the case of industries of food, ultra processed food, and how can this be understood as activities that impact the population's health? So first of all, I would like to thank Red Papas and Javeriana University for these wonderful debates. I'm going to answer in 2 moments, Saide. First, interference. Interference is a relatively recent concept in debates on health determinants. And it has a statement from the WHO from May 31st, 2012, 10 years and 1 month ago. So in particular, WHO says now, looking into tobacco debates, that in the Global Tobacco Day 2012, they called upon the national states to hinder the interference of the tobacco industry that was blocking tobacco control measures. So in a very clear way, the WHO warns the states. So look into the tobacco companies that are not only making people ill, but they're actually blocking tobacco control initiatives. A couple of months afterwards, there was a report that was published by the WHO and OPS, PHO, looking into the tobacco industry. There's a key message. They say that the objective of the tobacco industry is to extend the radius of influence. What this means is that the industry isn't limited to produce merchandise and setting it in the market, but rather it tries to play decisively in public spaces. Or in other terms, that a private entity that should be regulated by the states acts as a regulator. This is the key point in terms of interference. As private entities, they act as regulators, in fact, above the states. And when the states try to regulate them, then they avoid that regulation. That's the second point, Saida, looking into your question. How did the industry try to avoid being regulated? With a series of tactics where the tobacco industry was a pioneer, but the ultra-processed edible industry not only took into that, but actually approved lobbying, for example, in many democracies appears as an element that hinders public debates because, let's say some imaginary examples, companies that pay parties with yachts for eventual candidates so that they regulate in their favor. That hasn't happened, but we could set that example. Situations such as companies, lobbying companies that travel throughout or move throughout congressmen and congresswomen's offices and close doors without clarifying what type of meetings they have. Private funding of campaigns. Private entrepreneurs that invest a lot of money in funding the congressmen and women's campaigns, and then interesting enough they vote in favor of the companies and against public health policies. Payment of studies with a conflict of interest, cases where congressmen or decision makers exhibit certain studies that are funded by the industry itself, and there is no conflict of interest. WHO talked about the tobacco industry, but it happens with PCU's industry. It exaggerated the economic role of the industry. They say that if the regulated industry, the economy will end, unemployment will grow, and there will be an economic apocalypse. And regulators, for example, we have decision makers that in reality are useful for the industry and not for health policies. Imaginary examples, let's say that an official from Andy talks with Juan Diego Alvira, where initiative 810 was from the industry. Who takes the measures? Is it the Ministry of Health or the industry? That's where we see that the regulators are captured there, so to speak. Things you also know about: the door, the circulating door, where decision makers regulate a specific food health sector, they go to the private sector, and that sector that's going to regulate returns, and that is unstoppable. So in summary, there's a series of industry practices that basically seek two things. First, to increase the radius of influence, to appear as regulators instead of regulated, and of course, seek avoiding public health measures prohibited. What you're saying is very interesting, Alejandro. Gilma, I'd like to go back to you talking a bit about what we were saying about unethical practices, because the International Code of Trade of Substitutes of Breast Milk was created to protect breastfeeding. So I'd like to ask you, what measures does the code include for this protection, and what have we learned in Colombia about this implementation? There's two things that are very important. If you look into the publicity of child formula in Colombia, we see when we're in a country where we find the most variety of this formula. We have brand Z, A to Z, and the way of influencing is through a message which is prohibited, in fact, in the code, an image of a child that's cute, and or a teddy bear as well. They got a teddy bear, the little puppy, as a way of influencing and showing that that product has a positive effect and that it will be useful for the child. The mother makes that decision. And here there's something very important, and it's that within the code, there are standards, and it's incredible. This code has 40 years already. What are we meeting with that code? I don't know. It's everyone's responsibility. It's the government's responsibility for health institutes. And the code says is the government has to be clear on this and should monitor the code, compliance of the code. Then what we've seen, there's been two evaluations, one which was done in 2015 and one which was not done by the government. It was done by the Protection Network for Children in 2021, and the last one that have the complete violation of the Code of Substitutes in Colombia. But the recommendation in the end is directed to healthcare staff and the families, but not for the industry and the government. So this creates a series of questions. The government has to regulate what is said regarding the use of substitutes. Here we have to prioritize the use of breast milk, and substitute products have to say in their labels that the advantage is the use of breast milk as a food. What are the benefits and why should they offer this in first instance? The use of formula, which is called milk, they still call it milk. There are initiation and continuation formulas. They are set out for special situations. They're not a substitute for every mother. However, that isn't regulated. Another of the things that they say, and you just mentioned it, is that we should not give donations of formula neither to mothers nor the health staff, and that is quite common to see. We provide the formula as telling the mother, you can have this for this week, and it generates a need in the mother to buy formula that isn't required. On the other hand, they prohibited having stimulation for the healthcare staff, but they pay for trips, summits, office supplies, a series of gifts, so to speak, where they're conditioning the recommendation of any formula. And the health staff does this in a very natural way, but it's not regulated. And then nothing happens there. This is about 3 years ago, one of the labs was found with proof. There was a sanction of 10 million pesos. Imagine for a lab that receives trillions of pesos, a sanction of 10 million pesos. That's ridiculous. So we are talking about starting to help promoting the consumption of formula because nothing happens. They know that. Who buys the largest amount of formula? If in certain programs they actually provide substitute products, that's public policy program. So in the supermarket and the groceries, they have this formula, this milk, or this food. And so where is the conflict of interest? Where is the professional ethics? Where are the ethics of policies? Because in Colombia, one of the countries that have more political regulations is this one. But what do we actually meet? What are we doing, basically? How are we helping this continue to grow? So we have responsibility of the government, of the health institutions, of the companies themselves that produce food. These companies evade this very much at ease. And you saw this when there was the pandemic, funding encounters, and for public officials, that was wonderful because they had resources. So they give us 10, but we spend 1,000. And there will be the other part, and it's part of labeling, which says that they should, within the child formula, should prioritize the use of breast milk and explain the risk that the consumption of child formula, and that's not something that is not said, not mentioned. These are things that aren't considered by the health teams or government entities. What do we have? We look into the impact. It's actually direct. We had 43% of exclusive breastfeeding, and we looked into this. We're not sure if we evaluated it correctly. We are now at 36% of exclusively breastfeeding. If we look into this now, we're in about less than 30%. This was we had a very quick study with 500 mothers, and we saw that breastfeeding as a practice increased. And one of the factors is that they couldn't go buy the formula. So they were there with the children. Obviously, they basically did this. And this helped. And we saw the same thing. What we see here, the availability of this product, and we don't think about the effect in the short term, which is the risk of infection. It's related with child mortality. At the midterm, obesity and non-communicable diseases. These are not effects of 6 months. They're lifelong for health and nutrition of children in Colombia and in the world. If we look into the evaluations of the code, what does the government do? The recommendations go to the academy. There has to be research. We do research, but nothing happens with this research we do. So I think we have to try to work on this. And usually laws are violated. So we should be, as a community, as a population, generating awareness, starting to say no to the industry and no to substitute products, because we know with real food, not with processed food, there are possibly better effects and more benefit for health and nutrition in children. Thank you very much, Irma. You have left us with very interesting thoughts. The responsibility. Sorry, I went through the flu. It wasn't COVID. Don't worry. No, don't worry. The government's responsibility. But also of other stakeholders such as the industry, and mostly how we limit this availability of promotional formula in the market so that the information that mothers receive is as correct as possible. We've talked at different times of how the availability of information allows consumers to make better decisions. Alejandro, I'd like to ask you, with everything we've talked about, who and what measures should be adopted to prevent these practices that the private sector has, specifically ultra-processed food that impacts health? This question undoubtedly is key because it leads us to ask ourselves, what type of alternatives do you have to attack such a severe problem, knowing that, as teacher Hilma says, Professor Hilma says, there are standards. The standards can be important eventually. We could say, and this is a thought we have from the attorneys collective, there's 3 principles and 3 types of measures. First principle, mantra. I'm going to repeat it until I am exhausted. The industry should not be regulating, it should be regulated. It seems simple, but it's key. We're in a rule of law. I teach my students, what is the key of a liberal rule of law? Citizens can do anything that's not prohibited, but officials can do what is allowed. And officials regulate private parties. But what happens is that when we have states captured by the industry or large corporations, the corporations basically regulate instead of being regulated. So the first principle, the industry should be regulated and it shouldn't act as a regulator, because it is the key of what WHO has stated in terms of the extension of the radius of influence. It's key to consolidate a robust notion of the public interest of human rights and democracy. So Professor Nico said something that coincides with what we say here. Democracy is the main source of health. This is not something that is disconnected. A democratic society is a society that can generate more possibilities of defense and guarantee of our right to health. And we insist on that. The defense of public interest, the defense of democracy, and guarantee of human rights are principles to counteract the interference and also guide the role of our states.
We think this is key because in many aspects in the last years, Professor Nicholas has said this since 1975, and I agree, has gained a lot of strength, the notion of entrepreneurs being the center of society. And that since they generate employment, you have to protect them, not attack them, and give them guarantees. And I'm convinced that the industry and the companies have a role in society, but they're not the center of society, because in the center of society, what should be is democratic institutionality, human rights, and public interest. In that framework, the industry plays a fundamental role in society, but must be regulated. And above the private interest and income interest should be the public interest and the guarantee of human rights. And we also need, we need a new selectivity of the state, meaning that states are not neutral. States have some orientations. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about the states as institutions. They all have a certain orientation. And as they are oriented, they also develop selectivity, meaning that public officials and the states select the type of standards they comply with and which ones they don't. So we need selectivity of the state that is in agreement with human rights and democracy in the public interest, implying that we also need a redesign of the institutions. So I think this is key. The industry must be regulated and not act as a regulator. And we have to work for the human rights, and we need other selectivity of the states. From those three principles, what kind of measures can we defend? First, we have insisted that it is necessary to open a debate on how decision makers from the state relate with representatives of a private industry and corporations. They should not allow meetings and closed doors between these Congress members and company members, or between ministers of health and other members of the industry. We should have transparent meetings and every relationship between the industry and decision makers. So what has the Ombudsman has planted out with the tobacco producers? What is fundamental is to regulate in a way that we can guarantee some key aspects that allow interference. For example, we have to regulate lobbying. That is a very complex debate, because what these leaders say, we do lobbying, but you do too, because you come to Congress also. But this is not true, because you cannot compare the economic power that a large company has, such as McDonald's or Pepsi and all those, with what they do, or what they do in farmers organizations that are knocking on doors so that they can approve a project of law. So you have to regulate the lobbying, and what the civil society does that is defending human rights is not lobbying, because lobbying has to do with have an influence on decisions in order to have a private income. So we are trying to have an influence to guarantee human rights. Also regulate topics as those turning doors. In Colombia, when Ernesto Macias was the president of the Senate, several standards were approved that deregulated or gave regulation or that guarantee these kind of turning doors, and we have to regulate that differently. And of course, it's easier to finance campaigns and the issue about conflict of interest. It is not correct that in Colombia, in public debates, the industry or corporate powers take from their sleeves studies that they already have prepared to oppose to public health measures, and also give greater relevance to these debates to the best scientific evidence without conflict of interest. Because what have we seen in public debates? That scientific organizations say, I have 40,000 studies in a repository, and then two union leaders come and say, I have this study that was hired last week and it's the opposite of what you say. And one study is worth the same as 40,000, but the 40,000 don't have a conflict of interest, but the other one does have a conflict of interest and doesn't have scientific evidence. So This is why I liked Professor Nicholas' presentation so much, because it shows how it's not enough to have a standard or a small regulation here, but a whole bunch of practices that would require other state designs and other set of practices. However, although here in Colombia, I think we are moving forward, and I hope personally that the new government will give us the opportunity to debate these topics, to have more transparency and to avoid interference. Alejandro, thank you very much. You not only gave us a mantra for today, but a series of ideas. But I have a couple of questions from the audience. We're going to answer them very quickly because I want to respect time for you in this event. Fernanda, you go first. There are international experiences in the control of indirect publicity control for these ultra-processed products in the digital content. What is indirect publicity? Could you repeat the question, please? Let's talk about what you were talking about, digital market, not only oriented to TV, but also they're bumping you constantly with a different content while you're doing any kind of activity in digital environments. So are there international experiences in indirect publicity control in these ultra-processed products in the digital media? And there are influencers, for example, they are promoting clothes, but they have a ultra-processed drink in her hand. Well, the truth being that Chilean regulation that forbids the use of this advertisement addressed to children to promote products that are high in any place, including internet. In this case, this regulation, what they're doing does not, they can not promote this sugary drink, but and so this is a restriction that exists in Chile that is being implemented at present. In the UK, we are also discussing a restriction. It has not been approved, but it's being discussed in digital media. It would be more detailed and broader in the restriction. Would be exposure to publicity of this food or this kind of our processed products. The idea is to forbid or prohibit paid publicity. For example, if I am a company, a traveling company, and if I pay YouTube or I pay Google in order to have my publicity of my brand, that is being evaluated as a restriction in the UK. The general regulation has been adjusted, but they're working on the how. And I give you an example I can think of right now. In Chile, it would be forbidden having this publicity to children, and the government of Chile and the Ministry of Health is controlling. But given that the elements that are restricted are only oriented for children, like the use of pets, I don't know, there are many other elements that are persuasive that are not considered as to be directly oriented to children, but that are allowed, like appealing to emotions and other things that go beyond what you could think. So if the restriction that is being applied in publicity in Chile, it exists, but only to certain things. And this is the only example that I could give you about this. Hilma, what happens with this is prescribed by these people to children? And you were mentioning that here in Colombia, the regulation that doesn't apply to the industry or the availability of formulas in the market. So what strategies are effective so that you can comply with this code of subsidious products? It's very difficult to answer because this is a challenge. The first one is when the health staff recommends a product. if you see how you can give a formula to a 3-month baby, the mother has to spend at least 400,000 pesos on that formula. Can you imagine the conditions? That this is with formulas with values that are around 30 to 40,000 pesos per can. And if they're a little bigger, it's about 800,000 pesos. So the economic cost for population that is in vulnerability conditions, for example, from the economic point of view, and also vulnerability from the knowledge standpoint, we don't take that into account. The person is fragile because she doesn't have the information. She doesn't have it clear. And if they say you have to give her the formula so that he gains weight and he gets better, that's what they have to do, and they know that. And since the doctor said that, well, she has to respect what the doctor said. So it's very difficult from the point of view of health because breastfeeding is not easy. For the mother to breastfeed is not easy. Everybody thinks, oh, that's just by instinct. And you put the baby there and the baby sucks. No, it implies time from the mother, capacity for decision making from the mother, and something else that you don't do in Colombia, which is counseling during breastfeeding. To be with the mother and identifying her problem, that would be one of the keys. If she doesn't have a good counseling time, because it identifies the needs, and with the mother, you can get to consensus that allows us to find the solution to the problem, because the problem, the mother comes to the doctor and she says the baby doesn't suck and he remains hungry. So the fast solution is a formula. He prescribes the formula and there it is. But if she requires some counseling, she will require at least 1 hour. And consultation is only 10 to 15 minutes. And in 10 or 15 minutes, you cannot give an answer to the problem. So in vulnerability conditions, we have talked several times. I don't want to be pejorative because everybody thinks that everybody knows about nutrition, but that's not the point. So we give them information that is not correct or clear. And from the economic standpoint, it leads to, instead of favoring the children's conditions, they deteriorate them. So the challenge that we have here is how to do it. When you have in front of you the power of the industry that is exerting pressure from the media and from the health personnel and from the community, because everyone is doing it. In a study that we carried out, why did they give you that formula? She says, because my mother or the grandmother said that formula helped them to grow, or the aunt or the neighbor. So one of the challenges is to start educating, not just giving talks, educating so that people will interiorize these talks, not know why, because people understand the why and what are the positive effects and what are the negative effects of a decision making. They need to understand that. If I drink that drink, or if I offer the drink to the baby or to the child, what can happen? What is the negative or positive effect of that? And that implies a lot of work, campaigns in the massive media. And who does publicity? No one on the networks, but the formulas, they do. They do have publicity. What is the cost for breastfeeding? What is the cost of formulas? So you have to start showing the two faces of that situation. And it's going to take a long time, but if we all start working with clear messages right now, and you mentioned this in one lecture this morning, it's not 10 messages, it's one message, clear and striking. Why does the industry have effect? I'm going to give you an example of a drink. They send a message and it only has four words, one line, but it's the impact because they're getting to the people. But in health, we give messages that last 2-3 hours and the community doesn't get anything out of that. So we have to have a clear and concrete message so that we can impact our community, because there is not a magic formula. It would be great if we would have one, but unfortunately we don't. Great. Okay, we've talked about decisions to inform. Alejandro, you talked about transparency, about the information that is being delivered to the consumers. Alejandro, last question for you. Many times companies have a social responsibility for donations, for example, with food banks. From this context, what actions could be implemented vis-a-vis the use of ultra-processed products in food packages for vulnerable populations, especially boys, girls, and adolescents? Yes, I think that there are 2 points there. First, the debate about entrepreneurial social responsibility is key because the industry, especially in the last decade, has fine-tuned several techniques for all the washings, all the different Ks in order to wash a brand. Yesterday, something happened very funny. The International Federation of Associated Football, FIFA, put on its Twitter profile the K flag, and the same year that they're going to celebrate a World Cup in Qatar, in a country where they persecute lesbians. They wash their image, but in practice they do the opposite. So same thing happens with this, with the corporations. They wash their image, but they affect the possibility to form a union. They contaminate the planet, and they block the public health. So this is important because if we look at many cases, not all of them, but many social and entrepreneurial responsibility, there is an interference route because it gives arguments to the regulators so that they don't have to regulate the industry. And they say, how can we regulate a company that gave 50 bicycles to farmers, as happened last week with the National Agency of Land? How can we regulate them if they give them 42 desks in Choco? But you have to support them because they are the basis of society. So in the framework, the social entrepreneurial responsibility has given arguments to wash the image and to avoid regulation dynamics. So this responsibility in this order is an interference practice. With donations, this is a more difficult situation because there are situations where thousands of people are hungry and the companies come as savers to give products, these ultra-processed products, that make the problem more serious. But it is not popular to say that it is bad for them to do those donations. It happened to me during the pandemic when Nestle gave away a series of kits all over Bogota in a moment when many people were very hungry in Bogota, and it was very popular to say, like in my Twitter account, remember that Nestle violates the rights of union leaders and it recognized that 60% of its products are not healthy. And everybody started saying, how can you say that? What are you doing for society? But they are giving out products for free. And what experience shows us is that when donations are so public, it is really marketing. It's not a donation. So it is important to keep that in mind. So we have to say, what do we do there? The states really need to generate a public policy to fight malnutrition and hunger. And this implies a real and specific policy to promote real food, to trade real food, to promote farmer markets and to stimulate these production from the Afro and the farmers' production. So as Juan Fernando says, obtaining food is a way to generate the solution to that problem of hunger, either both nationally and globally. Why is this important? Because to a good extent, the responsibility of the companies is successful because we have a country that has many needs. So if they give a bicycle to a farmer or a school desk or processed products, well, it's seen as something wonderful. Vis-a-vis a state that does not comply with its obligation. A state that is present but doesn't comply with these obligations in the matter of social rights. So under that framework, the two keys are one, a state that will comply with its obligations, stimulating farmer economy and the possibility of accessing real food, and also regulating social and entrepreneurial responsibility. So this is just a washing of the brand and marketing for a good part of these companies that, as the saying says, I hope I don't say it wrong. If you sin and you pray, you're even. So on one side, they are sinning, and they pray a little bit with some responsibility, social responsibility. And Alejandro, thank you very much. So how we have talked about the health determinants on one hand associated to the promotion of these products end up having an interference in health and affecting the environment. So they were telling us how this health stuff have an incidence on these decisions, and on the other hand, how these determinants also have an interference in adopting public policies. And Alejandro leaves us the mantra of the industries that need to be regulated, they are not regulated. So we want to thank you for this conversation. I think we are short of time, and Sima wants to talk and end up the panel. Yes, well, what I wanted to say is that children's formula are ultra-processed food. On the other hand, when you use a formula, you throw away the can and the bottles and everything. So you have to think about this. Is it essential to continue with breastfeeding? Yes, formulas are ultra-processed products also. And we've talked about the environmental and social impacts that this has. Alejandro, Hilma, and Fernanda, thank you very much for your discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you to our national and international experts for having shared their insights with us. And we want to ask you that through the virtual transmission chat or in the WhatsApp line that you can scan with a QR code that you have in your books, tell us what are the key words you take with you as a conclusion of this event. Now, to close this journey, we will hear to Carolina Piñeros, the Executive Director of Red Papás. Now, to conclude, we would like you to give us a word that you take away with you. Remember that when we started this conversation, we said, this is a process that is very personal. And I started taking note of words that got to my soul, and I thought maybe to many of you the same thing is happening. So I think that all these people that have been with us this morning activated us and awakened us in certain things. And I said, now I understand this, because this is a process that we have been understanding more and more things. And suddenly we were just standing on nutritionism, and we were concerned about the excess of sugar, sodium, and saturated fat. But I think that increasingly we have been moving forward. And one of the things that I'm taking away with me was probably changing the name of our event of today. Rather, what can we eat today? But say, what do we want to eat today? To link all of this, everything, to something that we have called sovereignty, food sovereignty. And I started to think about, with this conversation that we had during the first part of the morning, and with this panel too, Rubén Darío, I think you awaken in us desire to be sovereign. We all want to try all these food that I was trying to remember, the mafafa, because I've already tasted the body. I've already tasted the body. You're taking those words away with you. Okay. So remember to scan this and put those words there, and then we're going to have sort of like a cloud of those words that we're all taking away with us today. And I think that this first part of the morning really is good for us to think this thing about sovereignty. I was thinking not only in families, but also in the communities, to start understanding this sovereignty and things that are very powerful, like who is determining the food? Who is determining in Colombia the pay? It's not the families, it's not the communities, right? So you can see here that there is a lot to do. We still have a lot of things to do. And of the second part of the meeting, well, Nicolas, we have to go out and buy that book that you recommended. And I think that it leaves also a lot of things that are very important. And by intuition, we have been articulating ourselves and working, collectively closer to farmers. But I was also thinking about our mothers, like informed mothers now that we're talking about breastfeeding. It's just how we kind of start getting together and articulate ourselves with all these people. All these people that have been doing this exercise, like, no, this is not good for my children. This is not good for me. But I think that with full clarity that we get from this topic about commercial determinants is to start understanding that this thing about publicity addressed to boys and girls, this is a way of exploitation. I don't know if some of you remember how hard it has been when we filed a lawsuit in 2000. That was like 2017, December 21st, 2017. It was like, oh my God, terrible. We filed a lawsuit because they're saying that it's a fruit, true fruit, and it is not. And we were scared, but we won. And it was a milestone in Colombia to be able to win that. And we received support, and we started to show that that is a way of exploiting our boys, girls, and adolescents. Everything that happens around them. Something that Fernanda was telling us too, what is happening in internet? How many things, the amount of information that you're getting or the children are getting, and how do they sell this so that the companies will bomb them with all these products? Yes, this is a way of exploitation, and we have to start understanding that all of us somehow, those who do not have that power, those who are not in the game, we are being determined by them. So I would first of all congratulate you and thank you, because we are taking away many things. And for me, one of the words that I wanted to share with you was what Mercedes said about the traveling product. I started thinking of a product that comes by plane, crosses the whole world, and this is a product that has nothing that is nourishing inside. We don't know where it is produced, but this is a traveling product that is displacing the possibility of ourselves having, food like guava and all that fruit, all the fruit, the seasoned fruit, our lulu, and so many things that are there or that are produced in the region. So I think that what I invite you to do is to take away all these things that we learned today. Now that you're with us, you have been with us in the last events, the people that are in social networks that have been with us, I think today we will leave with a greater clarity of better understanding what this is all about. Of food, which is a human right.
The human right to have a proper nutrition and food, and how from there on we would like to say all of those who love each other and understand each other, this is a matter of sovereignty, a decision that should be ours. We have to begin to work more in articulation, and I am hopeful with us being as a civil society able to do many things. We know, and it's been very difficult for us, a junk food law that we have battled and we've not been able to regulate. And on the contrary, it has many traps and issues where, as Alejo just said, they get away with it. I mean, the industry and those who say who and what and how they would accept labeling in Colombia. So I think that what we will show here is, as a civil society, we are very strong. And what's happening in Colombia in our own process, although sometimes we feel that it's very difficult, we don't have any policy, we're not able to move forward, I think it's very powerful. And I think it's very powerful because it is built with all of the difficulties, because behind it there's many communities, many alliances, and a lot of strength that we are understanding more and more every day what this is about. And why initially when we reached the Congress and we would talk to congressmen and women, what evidence was telling us about these products. And the first surprise was that they didn't care about the evidence. Why not? Because there is all of this interference. There is, although Alejandro might not believe it, there are people who fund them and they make different decisions. But what has been able to change that balance? This articulated work, this which in Colombia and in the world we will configure into a very important movement given the sovereignty and battle of this right that unites us as human beings. So thank you very much, and let's go have lunch. Susana's reminded me that I have a few key words of what you shared today. Some are taking challenges in public policy, critical sense, regulation, social determinants, alternatives, healthy planet, feeding myself is a political action, food or nutritional education, conscious deviations, regulated, non-regulated, conscious decisions, social mobilization, information and power asymmetries, short circuits, food production, water footprint of ultra-processed products. That is a very powerful topic. Revolution of food, environment and food, state vision, food and nutritional actions, a conscious and sustainable consumption. We're going to continue receiving your words and we'll take account of what we're taking. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. All of you guests for attending. We thank the organizing team from the Faculty of Medicine from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana and Red Papas for the logistic support. We hope that you were able to enjoy this forum. In the brochure we gave you at the beginning, you will find a QR code that you can scan with your mobile phones and complete the evaluation of the event. For us, it's very important to see your feedback. For those who are attending virtually, in the YouTube chat, we will share the link to this evaluation. And via email and social networks, we will be sharing the report of this event with the results of the evaluation and a link to the recording of each one of the conversations. Lastly, don't forget to return the translation equipment and claim your ID documents. Good afternoon, everyone.